We're going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, and it is 10:02 a.m. We are in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid. First item to address is our call to order, and starting to my right.
On 11.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Online, we have Geneva Shawnette.
Geneva Shawnette, I'm here. Thanks.
And I'm told Mian is going to be about a half an hour late to the meeting, but she will be here. Item number 1 on the agenda, work sessions. 1A, update on the San Miguel County Community Wildfire Protection Plan 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and Wildfire Readiness Action Plan. And we have Lance amongst a whole slew of people here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico and Council. Okay, the first work session for your agenda today is to update Council on the regional wildfire planning efforts that are underway. The largest of these efforts is updating the 2009 San Miguel County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and Shannon Armstrong, Emergency Manager for San Miguel County, will provide an update on this ongoing project. You may recall that this plan will identify wildfire risk, prioritize wildfire mitigation projects, coordinate among local response agencies, plan for emergency response improvements, and educate residents about wildfire preparedness and mitigation. It is anticipated that the town will use this plan to guide and inform future wildfire mitigation plans and programs on town land within the town and also adjacent to town with regional partners. This process is planned for completion in March of 2026. The second presentation will be to update Council on the town's process to incorporate the recently adopted 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code into our local building codes and design review processes. Kristen Clothier, Historic Preservation and Planning Director for the town of Telluride, will walk us through the local steps to prepare the necessary code amendments. The town is required to incorporate the state's code by April 2026. The third presentation will involve an update for Council on the upcoming Wildfire Readiness Action Plan, or it's also called the RAP. And this will be developed by the San Miguel Watershed Coalition. Adrian Bajar, from the Executive Director for the Watershed Coalition, will be reviewing this planning effort and the timing of this project with Council. The RAP is a proactive plan focusing on the post-wildfire impacts and the long-term watershed health and developing strategies to address post-fire flooding, sedimentation, and water impairments that could threaten downstream users and ecosystems. The town is providing matching grant funding for this project in the form of $30,000 through the approved Telluride Open Space Work Plan, and the RAP is anticipated to begin in early 2026 and be completed in 2028. Also, I would suggest that we carve time out after each presentation to ask questions and have discussion. Shannon does need to move on to her next meeting fairly quickly this morning. So
No problem.
with that, I'll turn it over to Shannon.
Morning, everyone. Is my audio coming through?
It's a little low.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
Great.
So I do have a presentation today for you guys, so I will go ahead and get that pulled up, and then we'll move through it. All right. So yes, as Lance just stated, I'm here today to talk to you guys about our Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the update process that we are in the middle of. I wanted to keep this pretty high level for you guys and also for the folks online. But again, I'm here for questions towards the end. So what is a Community Wildfire Protection Plan? It's a locally developed wildfire risk reduction plan. It is or has been authorized by the Healthy Forest Restoration Act of 2003. And it's really designed to bring together, all of our local expertise. So our local governments, fire departments, federal and state land managers, as well as the public. This particular one really focuses on the wildfire risk to our local communities. That word is very important. We are looking at the WUI, right? The wildland urban interface. We're looking at our communities. We're not necessarily planning for, Joe Bob's cabin that's 10 miles out in the wood who has no neighbors. We're not necessarily planning for, protecting like the Gunnison sage grouse, for example. We're really focusing on those areas that are, fairly dense, fairly densely populated, and the projects that'll have the most bang for our buck to protect those areas. It prioritizes those areas for mitigation projects. Those projects might include fuels reduction, evacuation planning, home hardening, et cetera. We're really trying not to pigeonhole ourselves into just one type of mitigation. And then also this plan is designed to develop strategies for community preparedness and resilience. So i.e., educational programs, that kind of thing. The inputs for this plan, like I said, we're really drawing on the local knowledge, the local expertise that we have here in our community. So we're looking at our community values, the town and county goals, our resident concerns and priorities. And then we're pulling together a lot of data as well to inform this plan. So we're looking at our vegetation and fuels data, what we have actually here out in our backyards now. We're not looking at just maps that the state has pulled together or anything like that. We're actually getting out in the field to see what our environment looks like. We're looking at current and or future defensible spaces. Those might look like past burn scars, for example. And then also our topography and our climate factors, which as we know are pretty varied across our county. We're looking at our critical infrastructure and assets and our other values at risk, where they are, how they might be impacted, and how we might be able to protect them. And then we're pulling together all of our existing plans and policies across the county, across our other jurisdictions, to include our land use policies, our building codes. From the county side, our all hazard mitigation plan, emergency operation plan. Different communities have source water protection plans. So we're pulling all those together. We really want to make sure that this plan is in alignment with what we already have going and isn't contradictory to anything that we already have. As far as outputs, there's not only going to be, the plan narrative, but there's going to be a lot of maps. We really wanted to have a visual component to this. There's going to be a pretty extensive collection of maps that are viewable online, so anybody can get on and see them. The biggest ones right now that we're working on are those communities, those community boundaries. Again, the WUI, right? So we're looking at our greater neighborhoods and how they interface with their natural, environment. We're identifying our values at risk and making sure that we know exactly where they are and how they fit into our mitigation projects. And then right now we're also running the modeling. So the fire behavior, the probability, and those models are driven, like I said, by those ground truthed fuels conditions that we know are out there. The other big one is going to be the prioritized project list. And like I said, the projects, it's not just going to be fuels reduction. That is going to be a large piece of it. Looking at homes, but also, around our evacuation routes, that kind of thing. We'll be looking at areas that would be considered defensible space, how we can shore those up or create more areas of defensible space, as well as infrastructure hardening. We will also come away with a list of action strategies beyond just the projects. So again, things like better evacuation planning, public education, coming up with a list of funding mechanisms so that we can actually fund these projects. So really it's just a, very comprehensive mitigation roadmap, if you will. Okay, so our current status, like Lance said, we started this project early in 2025. I think we started in about February. We are contracted with a company called Bintel out of Denver, and so we're fortunate that they're fairly close. They have been able to come out in person. They were out in early June and completed several field visits. They drove all across the county with our fire chiefs, our sheriffs, some other folks, really to get a good sense of what our county looks like, what the homes look like, what our fuels look like, etc. We've pulled together a very extensive stakeholder list, and then we've also broken that stakeholder list down into different work groups. And those work groups are the people that are really providing the data for this plan. Right now, we have 7 different work groups. We have fire behavior, probability, methodology, firefighting capabilities, water access and evacuation, mitigation and treatment recommendations, communities and areas of special interest, GIS maps and fire history, plan alignment and accessibility, and then community engagement. All of these different work groups have met at least once, and they're, like I said, they're the ones that are really pulling together the data to inform this plan. We identified those community boundaries, so our WUI boundaries. We've named and agreed upon the names for those different communities. And then right now they're working to run the fire behavior model so that we can move on with our project and prioritizing the list of projects. Next step, like I said, we have the community boundaries identified, but the team is just working to write up the descriptions of the different communities. And I want to take a step back, actually. When I say community, we're not looking at just areas with, political jurisdictional boundaries. Communities, we're looking at areas of similarity. So areas with homes that are of similar age, of similar building material and construction type, similar topography, similar environment, et cetera. And so when you see this map, it's not just going to be, the town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, our different HOAs, et cetera. Their different areas are going to be kind of lumped together in ways that may not make sense initially. But when you actually get out there and you look at what those homes look like, you'll see why we did what we did. So we're working to write up those descriptions. We're finalizing our different risk maps. And then once we have those, we'll be able to go in, work with our work groups to get a list of projects, come up with those implementation strategies and timelines to get those projects done. And then, as Lance mentioned, we are contracted through the end of March with this, with our company, and we are right on time. So there shouldn't be any delays. The benefits of a CWPP, this is a pretty intensive plan to write. I know it's, a lot of people have sat in on a lot of different meetings, but it can be hugely beneficial. For starters, funding leverage. By having an updated CWPP, it really opens up different grant opportunities for those wildfire mitigation grants. In many cases, an updated CWPP is either required or highly recommended. So this, and with the way that we're writing this plan, you as the town of Telluride don't necessarily need to adopt it, but we are going to make sure that it's very clear that the town did participate in this process. And so you guys will be eligible for those grants. Project prioritization, again, just getting everybody on the same page with the roadmap, helping us to know where to start with the limited resources that we have. Collaboration, bringing everybody together, making sure everybody is focused and kind of moving forward around the same goals. And then, of course, as always, it's community safety and resilience and that long-term protection of the people here in our community. Like I'd stated before, this plan really is just our comprehensive guide to wildfire mitigation. We want people to feel like they have a stake in this and have ownership of this. The more buy-in that we have, the more successfully we'll be able to implement these projects and hopefully protect our communities. We want everybody to have the same playbook, so we're not either duplicating efforts or kind of fighting over who needs to do what. And then the projects, they are going to be prioritized objectively. So the projects that mitigate, risk to life and safety, those are going to be the ones that rise to the top, right? The projects that protect our neighborhoods, our hospitals, our evacuation routes, et cetera. Those are really what we should be focusing on first, as well as our critical infrastructure. And then, as you come down the list, cost effectiveness and funding, we want to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. So where can we focus our money and get the most out of it? And that's all I've got. This is my contact info, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation, and obviously so important to our community. Is there anybody from council that has any questions? Dan?
Thanks. Yeah, a couple quick questions for you. One hot topic in our community lately has been the challenge with insurance. I know that this is a problem across a lot of the nation, and a lot of it has to do to fire risk. Do some of these measures, in your experience, have they helped mitigate some of that, or help lower the cost of home insurance for communities where plans like these have been implemented elsewhere?
So that's a tricky question. And it's not one that I can really answer yes or no. However, we are working with the West Region Wildfire Council, who has I forget the name of their program, but basically a certification program. And that is something that's going to be built into this plan as well. Now, whether or not the insurance actually takes a look at what's been done and either continues to agree to, insure a home or reduce those rates, we don't really know. And I do know that there's a lot of talk at the state level around insurance. So at this point, it's kind of wait and see. We hope that this will help, but I don't have a good answer right now at this point.
Fair, no problem. Thank you. Just something I felt worth asking. One more quick question. You noted in some of the inputs, potential land use and building code amendments that would be coming down through this process. We are certainly a community that has a history and a strong set of land use codes and building codes that we tie to our historic architecture here. So I'm just wondering if you have a sense of how prescriptive or what kind of changes we might expect that would impact our community in that realm.
At this point, I don't expect that there would really be any huge impacts. Again, right now we're kind of focusing on those areas that are going to protect greater communities. So we're not going to be like with the town of Telluride, for example. Home hardening is going to be our greater avenue for mitigation, because it's going to be what we're going to be focusing on is stopping that conflagration. So stopping the spread of fire from homes to home. That, how you guys choose to implement that, either with the building codes or with some of our recommendations, it's really going to be up to you guys as the town. When it comes to other historic buildings, up Bear Creek or in our mountains, again, that it's going to be that individual structure protection, but we're not going to be, with this plan, we're not going to be coming out and saying, you guys have to do this. It's just going to be recommendations and, strategies for protecting those areas. I don't know if I answered your question, but.
I think enough for now anyways. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council?
Teddy, I would like to add a couple of points too.
Great.
One is the widening on Pacific Avenue actually goes towards providing additional evacuation routes within the town. It's not, a large stretch by that means, but it does go towards supporting that effort as well. Even though it's not intended, as a two-way road, it can serve as an evacuation route were Colorado Avenue to be compromised. Also, these supporting these three projects that we're talking about today are on your goals and objectives for 2026 that you'll be looking at this afternoon. So
Great.
Yep.
Geneva, any questions? Want to make sure I check in with you? Great. This is a work session. Is there anyone in the room that has any questions on this or comments? Seeing none, or are there any hands raised online?
Yes.
And Angela, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. I wanted to bring up a point about the impact of removal of trees in particular that I know this plan is beginning to talk about. I've heard that some of the recommendations are to remove trees within 5 feet of all buildings. And the reason I bring this up is we look toward the budget later on today, that you consider implementing a mitigation plan for the town as a whole, because with the removal of those trees, we now fall into the category of a heat island, even worse than we are. With intense sunlight, this town will be hot. There will be no shade. in places where we need it. And so I think we need to be very strategic about what removals we're looking at and the impact to our tree canopy and the quality of life, both aesthetically and from a health, safety, and welfare standpoint as we move forward with any of this plan.
That's
Great.
a valid point.
Angela, thank you very much. Is there anybody else online, Tiffany? Seeing none, we will end that public comment for this first part of the work session. Shannon, thank you very much for the presentation. And Lance, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Teddy. We will turn it over to Kristen now to go over the town's implementation strategy for adopting state's fire code, which goes to the point that Dan was actually, this is more specific to that question.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to go over the local focused effort, starting with the state requirements and timelines. So the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, Senate Bill 23-166 established a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board in the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to help enhance community safety and resiliency from wildfires through the adoption of codes and standards. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Board adopted the 2025 Colorado Wildlife Resiliency Code, CWRC, on July 1st of 2025. The CWRC incorporates provisions of the 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code with state-specific amendments, including the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency State Code Map. By April 1, 2026, the town of Telluride is required to adopt the CWRC. The town will need to also amend the land use code and design guidelines simultaneously to ensure consistency and implementation of the provisions of the CWRC. Then there is a 90-day grace period from April 1st to July 1st for training and preparing our building community. And by July 1, 2026, the town of Telluride will need to comply with the adopted CWRC. So just briefly to show you what that map looks like in draft form at this stage that I mentioned, the Wildfire Resiliency Code Fire Intensity Classification draft layer you see here for the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency State Code Map was developed by the Division of Fire Prevention and Control and the Colorado State Forest Service at the direction of the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. So this is part of the state-specific elements of what we will need to adopt. This map layer encompasses both the current and potential wildland urban interface as defined by the International Wildland Urban Interface Code as the geographic area where structures and other human development meets or intermingles with wildland or vegetative fuels. So this classification starting point is the 2022 Colorado Wildfire Risk Assessment Fire Intensity Scale layer. It relies on vegetation fuel data, topography, and weather conditions to generate a statewide indication how intense a wildfire may be in a given location. It can be used to forecast the potential harm or damage if a wildfire occurs. It does not consider the probability or risk of wildfire ignition. And so the part that's relevant to our work on the building codes is high and moderate fire intensity classifications correspond to Class 2 draft construction and site hardening requirements, while low fire intensity classification corresponds to Class 1 draft code requirements, and the crosshatched categories represent federal and tribal lands where the code will not be implemented. I share this now very quickly, very briefly, high level, but just so you can start to see the pieces that will come into our work in the next 6 months. So what I'm going to show you, there's Telluride and the scale there, and I will come back to town council with much more depth as we move forward. This is very high level. Now I'm going to share with you the steps we will need to take to get to that implementation phase that is required by the state so that we're all on the same page. So again, July 1st of this year, the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board adopted the 2025 CWRC. And beginning then through the end of this calendar year, our historic preservation planning and building staff are reviewing the land use code and design guidelines and draft proposed revisions to ensure consistency and implementation of the provisions of the CWRC. So we'll be drafting proposed revisions that will then move forward through a review process. We are also researching relevant resources and participating in regional and state level trainings on the 2025 CWRC as relates to specific division priorities. So the building department is attending ICC meetings focused on this topic. Our historic preservation team is engaging at the state level with the historic preservation leads to kind of gain a sense of what other communities are doing and make sure we know best practices, materials, et cetera, that we can move towards. From January to February, the Planning and Zoning Commission and HARC will have work sessions on proposed amendments to the land use code and revisions to the design guidelines, which staff will bring forward to them. And then they will make recommendations to town council in those work sessions. Town council will then have work sessions on recommended amendments to the land use code and revisions to the design guidelines. All of that between January and February, because this is a pretty fast turnaround to implement per the state requirements. From February to March, the town of Telluride is required to adopt by April 1st. So we'll be scheduling first and second readings at late February or March town council meetings. And the goal is simultaneous adoption of an ordinance to amend the land use code and a resolution to revise the design guidelines as needed to ensure consistency with the CWRC at the same time you are adopting the 2025 CWRC. So we'll be doing a lot of work in my department to get us there. So then by April 1st, you will have adopted the ordinance, the 2025 CWRC. You will have adopted the ordinance, the land use code amendments, and adopt the resolution, revisions to the design guidelines. And then we have this 90-day grace period provided by the state for training and preparing the building community. So my team staff will organize info sessions for builders, architects, engineers, and contractors. And then by July 1st, 2026, we are required to comply with the adopted CWRC. And as we've discussed here and in previous meetings of HARC and P&Z and Town Council, this will have implications for design guidelines, materials, implications for our tree ordinance, a number of implications outside of the building code, and then a number of building code implications as well. So we're going to bring that all together and bring it forth to you in time for the deadline. That's all I have today. This was just a high-level introduction.
Great, Kristen, thank you very much.
Sure.
Any questions from council? Dan?
Thanks. Yeah, so along a similar line of thoughts to my earlier questions, and especially in light of Angela's comments, as you all know, she's the planning and zoning chair. She also made her career as a certified landscape architect, so she really is connected to that. So when she's making comments like that, I listen. I just want to sort of start to understand of what impacts our town might experience. Something like what Angela's saying does sound pretty serious. And I just want to understand what levers or how much control of that process we're going to have and how much is being dictated by the state.
I think that's a very good topic and one we'll want to dive into further in more depth, but in brief, I would say what we're doing within my department right now on the staff side is trying to think through what is absolutely required by the state and where that balance is for this community, and how can we come up with, the building code amendments, but also those design guidelines and land use code amendments that are going to balance our values as a community with what requirements there are for life safety. So, we are obviously life safety is key. And then how do we make sure we're elevating all the other priorities of our community at the same time? So what we bring forward to you will hopefully be that balanced approach, meeting all the requirements, but also thinking about our values. And I should have also stated that because we're now in this comprehensive planning process as well, this topic is one that will be also covered in the comprehensive plan, which would support future grants and a number of the items that were described in the previous presentation. But I do think we need to find that balance. And I am hearing that insurance, the question you asked earlier about insurance, it's coming up a lot currently as well. So something we'll also be thinking through.
Thank you, Kristen.
Of course.
Thanks. I have a question just about, because this map is very intimidating, obviously with like a lot of red painted over a large majority of our town. I guess I was curious if some of the, new code implementations or the site hardening, the, changing of materials and stuff like that, is the idea behind that we could reduce the amount of red and maybe lower the intensity that is at risk? Or is it that no matter what we do, just because of the demographics of where we are and our location, that we remain at that high intensity level no matter what? I guess I was just curious if like there was any sort of aspirational move for trying to do these things to hopefully reduce our classifications, or if it just, that is our classification based on where we are and
Yes.
what
no,
our situation is.
I hear your question, and I think there are a few layers to that. One is that map is really triggering the level of the building code triggers for what will need to be done within those, the red category versus the yellow. So what level of intensity will impact which provisions of the building code updates apply. That said, all the mapping that was being described at the regional level and work that we will do within the comprehensive plan in terms of mapping. I think we as a community, our goal is going to be to reduce. I don't know if this particular map is the one that will change, but we absolutely as a community will be reducing our risk through the work that we're going to do together in the 6 months to implement the state's requirements. So yes to that, but it may not be visually this map. That's a question that I can look into further, but certainly overall we'll be able to speak to that reduction. And again, finding that balance, that's life safety and community resilience and values that we want to carry forward. And another thing to that, I should mention, for the work we're doing on the historic preservation side, we're going to be really focused on, which materials can reduce that risk while at the same time not losing any of what is important to our community. And that's one example of where we can really make a difference without changing what this community feels like. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah.
And I can provide more information on the mapping aspect the next time we connect.
Sure.
Great.
Helena?
You kind of just answered my question, but I'm going to ask it a little more directly.
Sure.
Is there any like interaction or like interplay between us allowing new materials in historic architecture and our designation as a National Historic Landmark District?
So great question. So I have been in touch with our state historic preservation contacts, and I actually had a great discussion last week with one of the leads, and this work is happening statewide. So I wanted to make sure that Telluride is tuned into the research being done that can benefit our thought process, how we're going to approach this as mountain communities, because this is impacting all of our colleagues as well. And so the state is going to be offering a number of trainings and resources on that very topic that I and my staff will participate in, regional sessions focused on materials, wildfire resilience, hazard mitigation. When we go to the Saving Places conference, and my team's going this year, there are going to be sessions there on that topic as well. So it's definitely a high priority at the state level, and they are working to develop resources and to bring us together so that, and in addition, my staff has already met, for example, with a building contractor to think about roofs and building materials that are both ones that we might approve from the historic preservation side, consistent with our design guidelines, but also rated for consistency with these code updates that are coming through. And so we're doing a lot of research right now, and we look forward to sharing our work with you, but we're tapping into everything we can to make sure we do this right for this community.
That's like the perfect answer. Thank you.
Sure.
And then with all of what you said is, it seems for all the potential things that may change, and obviously fire safety, fire mitigation is extremely important and one of the top things we have to tackle. Do you feel that the time frame that we have to get towards July 1st for approval is reasonable for that?
That's a good question. I think that timeline is unfortunately out of our hands, and it is being state driven. And so I've just worked backwards from that, assuming that's the requirement. We need to get there in that timeline, and we will make that happen. I'm not seeing that there's flexibility at this point or anything I'm hearing at the state level that would say that we will be given more time. So we're gonna move things forward very quickly so that you have the time, well, both our P and Z, HARC, and then you as town council, time to really think through. So staff's front loading our work so that you'll have time to really have those work sessions and do the decision-making we need to move us forward to that adoption.
Great.
Good question.
Geneva, you got anything to add before we? Great. And Mian is now in the room for everybody. Welcome. Since this is part 2 of this 1A work session, is there anybody in the room that has any public comment? Seeing none, I know we have at least one hand raised online. Tiffany, can you unmute Mr. Tooley, please?
Mr. Tooley, you're unmuted.
Oh, thank you very much, Tiffany. Just a quick question. I think this maybe goes to the previous presentation, but it would also go to your jurisdiction, the scope of this review. And that's the fire risk from the slope up to Mountain Village and Mountain Village itself. As the wildland urban interface, as you mentioned. If you have any thoughts on that subject and that risk, thank you.
Sure. Shannon would be best to answer this, but she's gone to our next meeting. It's my understanding, Doug, that this is one of the sites that will be evaluated and prioritized as far as potential future mitigation projects. I do know the Mountain Village has done considerable efforts at the top of the ridge to protect the community from a fire coming from the lower valley or from the valley floor, essentially up the hillside. I think it'll be interesting to see what that fire prioritization, mitigation project prioritization happens as you get closer to town and closer towards the urban edge of the town of Telluride. But Doug, I do believe that that is a site that's being evaluated and prioritized relative to other regional sites.
Great. Lance, thanks for that answer on that. Anybody else online? Tiffany, before? Great. Kristen, thank you very much. Nice work. And with that, I'll turn it back to Lance for the final third of this presentation.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Adrian Bajar from the Executive Director for the San Miguel Watershed Coalition to go over the Wildfire Readiness Action Plan process.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Do I have permission to share on Zoom? Okay, great. Okay, good morning. My name is Adrian Berger. I'm the Executive Director of the San Miguel Watershed Coalition. I'm going to start actually with a little bit of a response to that last online question. The slope between Mountain Village and Telluride is actually where a lot of this process started, and we realized that based on the Forest Service management policies, based on the slope steepness, like effective management on that slope or economic management on that slope was basically precluded. Because you can't use heavy machinery because the slope is too steep. And so then we got into conversations surrounding like helicopter tethered logging and sending like chainsaw crews, and it just was deemed to be basically not economic or not safe for the chainsaw crews because of how many dead trees are on that slope. So I think that's something we are circling back to through these processes. And then Mountain Village is also doing a lot of work to do fuels reduction up at the top of that slope. So I think that is positive, but that's a good question. Okay, so today I'm here to talk about planning for the Wildfire Ready Action Plan, which is a watershed scale plan for fire and wildfire readiness, a little bit different than the CWPP, which we will get into as we move through this presentation. So the RAP, one thing that's a little different is because it's a watershed focused plan. This a RAP is a product of the Wildfire Ready Watersheds planning effort by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We're going to be looking at the full watershed, which includes some of Montrose County and doesn't include all of San Miguel County. I think that there are maybe opportunities to expand to all of the county including the Lower Dolores watershed. So I've been working with Star at the county on that. Here's just a picture of the watershed. So you can see that the county line is basically right above Norwood, sort of below Natarita. So the watershed is split nearly 50-50. So the background, this is a state framework that was created really in the wake of the 2020 fires. If you recall, those were the East Troublesome and Cameron Peak outside of Estes Park and kind of in Rocky Mountain National Park, and the Grizzly Creek fire, which is the fire along 70, and the post-fire flooding still shuts down 70. I think they've done a lot of work in there. But those were massive issues, and what really alarmed the state, aside from those being the largest and most destructive fires in the state history, is the response. So the two largest fires, Cameron Peak and East Troublesome, occurred within Northern Waters, which is the largest water utility in the state's service area. They had a lot of resources to respond really quickly and basically barely pulled it off, and was extremely expensive for them. The state realized that other smaller communities around the state are not going to have those same resources. And so it is imperative to get ahead of those post-fire flooding issues, which is essentially what the RAP is planning for, to make sure we have an action plan. And the plan is designed to deploy NRCS, emergency watershed funds. So the idea is you get a plan together. If you have a wildfire, the NRCS sends emergency managers, emergency watershed protection managers to your jurisdiction, to your community. And if you have hydraulic and hydrologic studies and you have the wildfire modeling already done, you can deploy those projects on the landscape very, very quickly. Without those plans already completed, in the wake of a fire, while your community is potentially dealing with the impacts of sedimentation and flooding, you will have to complete those studies retroactively. So we want to get ahead of those issues, do the planning ahead of time. And in the case of a fire, you're ready to deploy those funds. As far as I'm aware, that program does still exist and is funded. I'm not sure how current federal policies are affecting the emergency watershed planning process at the NRCS. But getting back to the RAP, the idea is you complete this wildfire ready action plan, which will lead to actionable wildfire ready watersheds projects. So similar to the CWPP, you're going to create a project list, and then project partners on the RAP, stakeholders, will identify which projects might fit best for them to be the champion or proponent of, and they will start working on those projects. So the state plan initially through the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program was funded through ARPA funds. They don't have access to those funds anymore, so they're funding RAPs through the water plan. And so the first thing that the state did was create a statewide post-fire susceptibility assessment. And this is the full watershed assessment. There was like a community, more WUI focus. That's the wildland urban interface, like Shannon mentioned earlier, assessment. And then there was a pure ecological environmental assessment. And this is the combination of those two studies. And so you can see we're down here. My feeling is that there's a little bit of a bias towards the more populated and developed areas in the state, as you can see by these red and oranges around the I-70 corridor and the Front Range. I think that one of the reasons we need to complete a RAP is because we may not have the densest values at risk to wildfire, but they are certainly very valuable to our community. And so we need to refine this study and see really where the most effective projects are and what the real risks to our community and to our watersheds are. This is just a quick display of historic wildfires in the San Miguel. So you can see we have had some pretty significant wildfires around the San Miguel watershed. I think we've been lucky that they sort of stop around the Norwood Bridge for the most part. I don't know that we'll be that lucky in the future. I think we were also quite fortunate with the way that this wildfire season went in San Miguel County. Okay, so why create a RAP? Like I said, the RAP is going to be a holistic assessment of wildfire risk to the entire watershed. And it differs from the CWPP in that the CWPP is really focused on the WUI. It's really focused on human health and safety. It's focused on the built environment. And the RAP is more of an ecosystems and watersheds focus. And so what we have seen is that when you don't have a proactive plan in place, the projects in response to wildfire become very reactive, and they don't address these environmental and watershed issues. And so you are just responding to try and get people back in their houses, try and reduce flooding around structures, rebuilding your community, and that isn't going to prioritize the environmental values that I think are so important in our community and in Telluride. And so by developing a proactive project list, when these fires happen or before the fires happen, you can go out on the landscape and do watershed restorations projects that will create wildfire buffers to prevent wildfire in the first place, to prevent it from getting to your community. You can create strategic fuel breaks. You can harden not just your homes and communities, but water and ditch infrastructure that might be outside of one of these source water protection plans or more densely populated areas in your watershed. This is just a quick slide. This is a little technical for this presentation. We just presented this. We're working on a integrated hydrological model, which takes climate, groundwater, and surface water into account. And we created a 97th percentile fire simulation in the Beaver Creek fire, which is the Beaver Creek is the water supply for the Gurley Ditch and for Farmers Water. So if you're familiar with the Norwood area, that's where they get their water supply from. So this is a sub-watershed scale. We worked with Dr. Seibold, who does the forest health monitoring work up in Bear Creek, and we created this 97th percentile fire. And then we ran some hydrologic simulations afterwards. So this is sort of like a RAP mini, if you will. And some of the things we found out make a lot of sense. Like you have flooding, but I think the actual percentage of those flooding, oops, sorry about that, was really informative and really stark. And so, like I said, there's a lot on here, but your high flows are really high flows and low flows are what I want to highlight. And so high flows increased by 443%. And so when you don't have vegetation on the landscape, that means when you have monsoon events or you have a large snowpack like in 2019, followed by extremely warm temps, that water is just going to rush off the landscape and sediment is going to fill the river. It's going to create avulsions, which are like landslide events next to the river. And it's going to be very hazardous to our infrastructure and to the environment. The other thing that we realized was water budget changes. And so AET on here is evapotranspiration. So that's how much water that the vegetation on the landscape is using. But that we realized the base flows are really going to decrease. And so basically you stop getting any groundwater absorption after an extreme fire in the watershed. And so low flow times of year, similar to now before the recent rains, all of the water in the streams is fed by groundwater. And when you don't have infiltration earlier in the year, you're going to have almost zero stream flow during base flows. So that's something we also want to understand. Okay, getting back to the RAP. So the RAP versus the CWPP, I think you might be wondering, what really are the differences and why would we pursue both of these plans at once? So of course, the RAP is going to be a watershed-based plan, and then the CWPP is more of a forest and fuels-based plan. So like I said, this is really focused on home hardening, community values at risk, infrastructure, and the watershed-based plan is more holistic, still takes into account these values at risk data, and really focusing on post-fire hazards. Like I said, that's the flooding and sedimentation, and then susceptibility to these issues and post-fire hazards, not just thinning on the landscape and how we can reduce the risk of wildfire in the first place. It's sort of an acknowledgement that no matter what we do, we are still going to be at risk for wildfire, and we need to plan for that eventuality. So this is just these are the deliverables. I'm sort of going to skip through this. We have a quote that we got last year, which basically outlines what this might look like and what the costs are. And so jumping, well, I guess I'll stay on this for one sec. So it's similar. You're going to do a stakeholder process, which will take around a year. Data analysis. We're hopeful that some of the data that's being used in development of the RAP can be used as in-kind donation or in-kind value to support the RAP, so we don't need to duplicate any of the work. And then you do a post-fire hazard analysis, which is that hydrologic and hydraulic analysis for flooding and stream flows, essentially. And then you're ultimately going to create a susceptibility analysis based on those, the analysis of the hydraulics, and then create a project list. And so this is sort of the two aspects of the RAP. I don't want you to think that this is just a proactive plan to create post-wildfire actions. You need to get ahead of these wildfires, and you need to do some of this work on the front end. So this might look like watershed and stream restoration, warning systems on the landscape, special hazard areas, and then burn severity mitigation, fire prevention, which I think has a lot of overlap with some of the projects that might come out of the CWPP. And then I do want to highlight what that might look like in the background. This is a wetland complex here, and you can see that the landscape is extremely burned adjacent to the wetland, and the wetland itself is very green. The fire appears to have stopped in its tracks. So doing wetland restoration on the landscape might be one of the strategies that you employ to try and mitigate the effects of fire, create fire buffers, and then these wetlands will also absorb sediment as it moves downstream. Some of the post-fire disaster preparedness is GIS data, again, warning systems, those are on both sides, having contracts in place, and then and that's getting back to the NRCS, Emergency Watershed Protection Planning, and then interagency coordination strategies, and then some infrastructure upgrades. And then these post-fire recovery actions would also be outlined in the RAP project list, and you would identify which participant in the RAP would be taking on those actions. So in the event of a fire, you already know who is going to be taking on the work. So the RAP cost is around $400,000. The RAP costs are based on the number of sub-watersheds in the San Miguel. We have around 50. You can see they're highlighted in light blue here. There's sort of a rough state calculator. The number of sub-watersheds through the state calculator, the cost came out to $600,000. We actually got a quote, and it came out to $400,000, which I think was very positive. We're hoping, again, through some of the in-kind donation or work supported by the CWPP, we might be able to get this number even lower. We're working with the CWCB, State Water Board, to understand what the final products of the CWPP might be worth in developing our plan. And you can see a lot of the cost here is in that post-fire hazard analysis, and that is really that flooding and hydrologic analysis there. So that's going to be a bulk of the work. Funding. The primary funding source, like I said, is the Colorado Water Plan Grant Program. We're planning on applying on December 1st for that grant. We're working on securing all of the match required. If the CWCB deems that the analysis already completed during the CWPP has significant value, that will help to go towards this match. And we have the Town of Telluride Open Space has committed $30,000. Telluride Foundation is reviewing our request, and we anticipate some match coming from San Miguel County as well. We were also pursuing match from private sources, other NGOs and grant sources. And to be fully transparent, the government shutdown is definitely making this a little more challenging. The BLM and Forest Service own around 60% of the watershed, and without getting full support from them, like I said, it's going to be challenging. I don't think it means we won't have the support needed. But if we don't get the funding this round, that grant program is open twice a year. We'll apply during the next round. I think the sooner the better. I think it is very imperative to get this work done as soon as we can. And the conclusion, I think everybody knows we face significant wildfire risk in the watershed, and then the RAP will enhance that preparedness by reducing the recovery time and mitigating those post-fire impacts and creating holistic projects on the landscape. That's all I have.
Great.
Open it up for questions.
Adrian, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you in the San Miguel, protecting the San Miguel watershed and trying to figure out our future challenges. So that's much appreciated. Any questions for Adrian?
Just to see if I understand, are we meant to provide any direction on that open space funding, or has that already been set up? And
You approve the funding
Correct.
with the 2026 or 2025 open space work plan.
Thank
If this project is not started until 26, it'll reappear on the 26 work plan.
thank you.
Geneva, you good?
Question.
Shoot.
You mentioned that there was like a potential to collaborate with the Dolores watershed and like that area. Is that something that you've like talked to those stakeholders about and they're interested, or is that more aspirational?
That's something that the county is very interested in, because the county is split between the Dolores watershed and the San Miguel watershed. And I think that the county, if they are going to be supporting this sort of work, is very interested in doing it across the entire county. We're also investigating using some advanced tools that the county is looking to invest in, some advanced modeling tools that Dr. Seibold has been working on. And again, if they're going to invest in those tools, they want them to have full coverage on the county. And so that's how we've been working with those stakeholders. I will also say that many of the lower San Miguel watershed stakeholders are also the lower Dolores stakeholders because of where those West End communities are located.
Right. It seems like getting everyone on the same project and collaborating would help everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I think we do also need to be realistic about like what the cost of this project is going to be. And based on the San Miguel Watershed Coalition managing it, I mean, based on our mission, we work in the San Miguel watershed. I think if we could work on a good partnership with the county, I'd have no problem expanding the work. There's definitely economies of scale. And when you're doing the analysis, it's going to be a desktop analysis. Like, it isn't that challenging just to group in these other values at risk. Like you mentioned, the challenging part is what are the stakeholder interests? And so I'm going to kind of like leave that to the county to see how they want their funding to be used and see how these conversations go with Dr. Seibold's new modeling product.
I have a question just about the funding, just because I think I confused myself. So I know this is a work session. Obviously, we're not going to be like, appropriating any money or anything towards this, but based on the match requirement, is the total like needed to get that, would that be $100,000, or is it they're going to give you $100,000 if you get the rest of the money? Just so I can understand. I think I just confused myself.
Yeah, the total required match is 100,000. The match doesn't have to be all in cash. And so that's how we're hoping to leverage some of the work that's already being put into the CWPP. So I need to talk to the state, because the reality is you can't pay contractors with in-kind.
Yeah.
But if the work that's already been done on the CWPP like actually has a value that reduces the cost of our project by say $30,000, we would subtract that from the total and then we would need 70,000. But yes, the CWCB has a pretty standard 25% matching requirement. So yes, $400,000 project requires $100,000 in matching funds.
Any other questions from council? This is a work session, so if there's anyone in the room for this topic, looks like the majority of you for the next topic. Here's your chance. Anyone online, Tiffany? Adrian, thank you very much. Lance, do you have any wrap ups on this or?
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lance.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 1B, work session, review of Camp Alderwild event in Town Park on August 22nd and 23rd, 2025. And we have Stephanie Jacquet to present.
Before we continue, I just want to disclose that I was employed by the Planet Bluegrass for this event. But as per our kind of common use here, that because this is a work session, I'm not going to recuse myself because there's no vote or anything. Decisions will be made.
Thank you for disclosing that. I have no challenges at all with having you participate in the discussion. Any other comments from council on that? All right, great. Stephanie, it's all you.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Town Council. Stephanie Jacquet, Parks and Recreation Director. Today we'll be reviewing the Camp Alderwild event that occurred in Town Park on August 22nd and 23rd. Presentation will be pretty brief and hopefully plenty of time for discussion. So the purpose, once again, is to review the event that occurred. Specifically, I'll provide an overview on the approval process and the event and how it functioned on town property and in town. And then there'll be a discussion with Town Council, and I would strongly encourage input from event organizers and community members who are in attendance and have submitted letters in relation to how the coordination with existing events and activities went and what the benefits and impacts of the event were. And then, of course, any other topics that you want to talk about. So a quick reminder on the review process. Planet Bluegrass, represented by Zach Tucker, in partnership with AEG Presents Rocky Mountains. They received a 1-year approval for a major concert event. The approval allowed a maximum of 7,250 people per day, and the event occurred in Town Park. The event approval process consisted of an initial discussion of the proposed event with Town Council on January 14th, venue approval by the Parks and Rec Commission on January 22nd, calendar date approval by CASE on February 5th, and then a final approval by Council on February 25th. And that was via resolution for an exemption from the advance notice of impacts requirement of the municipal code. All these event approvals at all levels of this process included the requirement for a management plan to be developed with organizations currently utilizing Town Park on the proposed dates, and that included Telluride Mountain Run, Film Festival, and Soccer Club. So a quick overview of the event. Obviously, Zach can speak more to the logistics and content of the event, but once again, it was a 2-day concert. It was electronic dance music, EDM. The band was, or artist was Of the Trees. And gates opened at 5 p.m. each day, and stage acts were performed from 5:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. So part of the approvals included a 1-hour curfew extension from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. The actual total crowd size per day was about 4,500 on Friday and about 4,725 on Saturday. Once again, their maximum crowd size was 7,250, so they did not sell out. The majority of tickets were 2-day tickets, with some single days on Friday and more single days on Saturday. There were 924 people camped in Town Park and 888 people camped in Lawson Hill. About 915 vehicles were parked by event staff on town property and around the region, and there was 372 contacts made at the info barricade. Law enforcement and emergency services reported smooth operations and were well prepared for the event. That was a big discussion topic going into the event, just with a different crowd and demographic, and emergency services did a great job preparing and handling the event without many issues. So for discussion, as I stated at the beginning, I would recommend that perhaps the discussion start with the events that needed to be coordinated with, once again, through those management plans. So Case and Parks and Rec Commission both required that there be a management plan, once again, with Telluride Mountain Run and Film Festival. The first component was specific to how they coexist in Town Park. So Mountain Run has use of the core area on that Friday, Saturday. Film Festival utilizes the pavilion for a long period of time, but the overlap dates were August 18th to the 25th. And then the catering facility, once again, a longer use by film, but overlap on August 24th and 25th. Additionally, the management plan for Mountain Run had to address economics, infrastructure, available venues, and crowd size, what those impacts might be. The management plans are in your packet, and Mountain Run is here, and I'm not sure if Film Festival is, sorry, might be online. And I would encourage that they have an opportunity to speak during the discussion about their experience directly. Additionally, the third management plan was related to recreation on the town park fields. So it is youth and adult soccer season. The event had a creative setup plan that allowed the fields to be in use for longer than a typical festival. But the fields were out of use on August 22nd, August 23rd, and August 24th. So management plans were required to address any potential adult soccer games that would need to be relocated. That's a Parks and Recreation Department program. And due to a smaller league size this year, we did not play on Fridays. So there were no displaced games Friday through Sunday. And then the soccer club, who runs the youth soccer programs, they did have some practices that needed to be displaced. However, I don't believe any games were scheduled at home during that time period. So the event worked with soccer club organizers on a plan for that, which they can speak to. And the approved management plan is in your packet. Something that we always need to state as the venue manager for Town Park is that negative or less favorable weather can always have negative impacts on our fields. And I'm pleased to say that there was favorable weather for this event. So that did limit any negative impacts. However, the proximity of this event to both Jazz Festival and Blues and Brews, which were wet, does have a lingering impact. So no direct impact, but a proximity impact. As you probably recall, we did have to close the fields for a few weeks following Blues and Brews. And just additional wear and tear does add to potential challenges later. Second discussion topic would be the benefits and impacts of the event. It's not really staff's job to tell you what those benefits and impacts were, but we can present some data for you to look at. So I've broken this into community, infrastructure, and financial. But obviously there's other categories that you and others might want to speak about. So in general, I think we can all agree that special events contribute to the cultural, social, and economic fabric of the Telluride community. However, we also know that they do impact the town and the region in relation to infrastructure, parking, traffic, sound, and quality of life. For this event specifically, town did receive a significant amount of public feedback from community members during and following the event, with the majority expressing concerns with the type of music and sound traveling outside of Town Park. And then just a reminder that the addition of this major event resulted in 5 medium or major events. So that's events over 3,000 people occurring in a 6-week period in August and September. So it was busy. I think we all knew that. With regards to infrastructure, I'm not going to go into detail, but I listed town park facilities, parking and transportation, law enforcement, public safety, medical, sanitation, and resource recovery. As with all events, the event organizer had to provide plans, excuse me, and mitigation for all the above items as required by their special event contract. With the support of town staff, emergency services, and regional partners, the necessary infrastructure was provided and maintained for successful and safe event operations, which is always our goal, but you never know if it's going to turn out that way. And then on the financial side, the town collected direct fees for this event in terms of costs associated with utilization of town property and resources. So this would be rental fees for town park facilities. This would be admission fees. This would also be extended hours for the Galloping Goose, dumping fees at the wastewater treatment plant, utility costs and so forth. So the collection for that was about 47,500 roughly. We got more detail than what was in your packet. So town sales tax remittance for event related transactions. So that's directly related to the event in Town Park. They remitted about 14,000 of sales and excise tax directly to the town. So that's a total of about, I think, 61,000 or so. And then included in your packet today, later in the agenda, is the current sales tax report. So I did a screenshot, which is really hard to see, sorry, but it shows that year over year sales tax was 13% up in 2025 compared to 2024. And with that, I'll ask if you have any questions for me.
Great. Stephanie, thank you very much. One thing I'd like to say, since we have a pretty good sized crowd in the audience today, there is a sign up sheet back there. If you plan on making any comments about this past event. So please feel free to sign up and we'll go in order on that list. Tiffany will pass it around for you. Before we hear from Zach from Planet Bluegrass, are there any questions specific to Stephanie from council?
One question, did staff, perhaps the marshal's department or your staff, do any documentation of sound levels throughout this process?
So the contracts with events require that the events take pre-event efforts to mitigate sound with how they set up and how they work with a sound company. And they have to submit a plan for that. And then it's up to the event to collect decibel readings at 2 locations, which is the front of house where the soundboard is, and then the customs gate. So the event did collect those and did share that with staff.
Wonderful, thank you.
Would you like any of those details? We have no regulations in terms of decibel levels. In general, the decibel levels were, it's not included in the sound ordinance. Maybe Kevin could speak to that, but.
Apologize, I might have misremembered.
So the decibel levels in the park, which is where it was measured, were reasonable compared to what we see else with other events, because all events are required to collect that data and share it with Parks and Rec. The type of music, electronic dance music and low frequency, if I'm saying this wrong, correct me anyone, can travel more than the other genres that we have playing in Town Park. So it was the travel of the music related to the low frequencies, but the decibel readings themselves were within reason for what we typically see.
Okay. Thank you. Did I miss that in the packet anywhere? I'm sorry if in the 250 pages.
Well, most of that was the lengthy review process of earlier this year, but no, we did not include them, but I'm happy to provide them if you would like.
Out of interest, sure. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
If you don't
maybe
mind,
give-
forward those
maybe give me a
probably to the
few
rest
minutes.
of council. I don't need it right this moment. Your answer suffices, but just for my own interest.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, if it'd be helpful to the public, I can state it once I locate it.
Thank you, Stefan.
I think it actually would probably be very helpful to the public. And then I think, and this may not be a question for you, Stephanie, but and maybe as a question to the experts in the room, but is there another methodology to be able to track or measure bass and how it transmits? Because I think that was something that we have heard. And I think I would like to know if, whether for a concert of this type of music or really any other concert, if there's a way for us to be able to start to understand what that looks like as well as music evolves.
So the first year of the new stage, 2016, we had a consultant who's an expert on this topic do a report, and that was the year that we had Pretty Lights as well. So we have a lot of data and analysis from him of the different types of music and how it travels and the factors that affect sound travel, like humidity and wind and all these other factors that we can't control. So I'd be happy to share that study
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I can't speak to it in detail, but it was,
Seneca.
yes, and we did have EDM music that year, so
Okay, perfect.
Before we open up to Zach, any other questions for Stephanie from council?
I have a question. This is just kind of like, because I think we all hear things anecdotally, and I just wanted to confirm that, obviously anytime there's a large influx of people anywhere for any type of gathering, there's usually some increase in, law enforcement activity and stuff like that. Was there any sort of significant differences between this event and any other large festival weekend where we see thousands of people coming into our town?
Sure. No. So Josh isn't on. He's at a conference, but he did share with me that we did not see any large impacts of this crowd for our law enforcement.
Great.
Right.
And
That's
a
good to know.
note.
Any other questions? Zach from Planet Bluegrass is here, so I want him to be able to throw any summary, what he thought of the event, production wise, sales wise, all that fun stuff. And he's sitting in the hot seat. So welcome back to Telluride.
It's good to be back. Thanks for having me back to chat again here. I want to kind of go through this in how we approached it, and then kind of what we were looking for as indicators of success, and then how we thought we did on that, and how that guides in our decision making for moving forward with another event like this, or really what the future should hold. So I kind of want to start with why we brought this forward originally. And so looking back to that, we really wanted to bring something fresh and new to Telluride musically. We wanted to have a unique experience, hopefully different type of music, bringing new people, and hopefully people that would be exposed to Telluride and then want to come back and see other events, other times of year, and really have a benefit that resonates further in the future. Additionally, we wanted to introduce a different event model, this concert style, with the music starting later to give people more time to visit the businesses and see what all Telluride has to offer throughout the day. So we thought that would be a real positive in terms of driving economic value in town. And then, of course, one of the things that I get to spend my life doing is gathering people around music. And I think it's growing even more and more important for us to all be together and share experiences around music these days, as we're all feeling more and more divided. And so I'm glad for any opportunity to do that. And then especially getting to do that on the amazing stage and property in Town Park, which is one of the most iconic places to do that. So that was kind of why we set out on this effort originally. Stephanie kind of went through what we were originally approved for, that concert model with the gates at 5 and music just running from 5 to 11 or 5:30 to 11. Being able to go a little later in the night is really helpful. I'm sure you've seen with all kinds of shows, the value that a light show has gotten to contribute to live music, even bluegrass. The value of that light show is just growing and growing every year. And so that having as much time as possible after dark for any event, but especially an EDM event, is really important. So that was a really great piece of the approval that I thought made the event really cool and brought a pretty cool light show to town that we haven't seen for a while. So for our artist selection, we did get approval with the artists to be announced. And so our team, after getting that approval, we were exploring a bunch of different options, trying to find kind of what was going to be the right thing to fit into this concert on a short timetable. And we ultimately selected Of the Trees as the headliner to build this event around. And there was a few kind of things that we thought made that work really well. First off, the EDM genre was really filled into these goals that we had of bringing something new and different to town. We haven't seen anything like that at a large scale since we had Pretty Lights in 2016. We also had known that their audience was going to be pretty well behaved and respectful. We had information about that from other shows, which was a big positive. That was important for us, that they reflected really well on the event and EDM in general, and wanting to make sure that we had a really positive experience all around. And then they have a real kind of environmental focus with a lot of goals for conservation and just generally being very respectful. We had $1 from every ticket getting donated to the Sierra Club. And so it really felt like they were the right vibe for an event in Telluride. And so we brought in some additional artists alongside of them. And while that the building maybe looked a little festively, it still fit into that kind of concert mold of music starting late. And it came together, I think, to create a pretty cool, cohesive show. And so I'm really appreciative of the trust that you all showed to us and that Zoe showed for kind of giving us this approval and letting us find the right thing to bring to town and create that show. As Stephanie mentioned, a big piece of the actual successful implementation of this was gonna be our collaboration. With the soccer clubs, we worked really hard to build our schedules to maximize the amount of time fields were in use. I thought it was really cool to see soccer practices going on while we were building perimeter fence lines, putting in the front of house tent and, you know, curving the cables around the corner of the field so we could have practice the next day. It was really cool to see all of that come together. And in my conversations with the director at the time, they were able to request away games that weekend. So the big impact was really just the Friday practices that weren't able to happen. Some were able to move down Valley, and then some did elect to cancel. So all in all, it seemed like soccer club was one of the more simple management plans, but it did seem to go really well. And again, I thought it was kind of cool to see the two uses of the park working side by side for so long. With Film Festival, we had a lot of really detailed sharing of catering facility setups. We both designed our setups at the catering facility to be able to utilize the same equipment and do a cost share on that. And so we shared everything down from trucks to propane to cooking materials, and that worked really, really well. And they were also an awesome partner in coordinating all the timings of their delivery. They had tons of trucks coming into the pavilion, and they worked really closely with us to help make sure that they weren't bringing trucks through when we had camper loaded and things like that. So we had coordination dialed down to the minute in terms of whose trucks could get through, when roads would be blocked, and it was really cool. And then with the mountain run, we created special ingress and egress plans for the event to help control traffic flow and make sure that we kind of maintain separate space for the events and that we didn't push into the mountain runs event space. We also worked with them to provide different equipment as needed. We had our staff paid to manage Carhenge and make sure that none of our campers or attendees used the Carhenge parking lot so that it would stay open for all of their runners. And then we also provided runner camping in Lawson Hill Campground in a corner of that campground as part of this. So a lot of other details in that plan. I think Stephanie said it was in the packet, but I think those are kind of the big hits of that. And so I kind of tried to set some things that I thought were going to be our metrics for success on this. It was something totally new. There was so much coordination and so much discussion going into this. So the things that I was looking for to say this was a successful event. First off, I was looking for obviously the positive economic impact that was such a big piece of this discussion. Wanting to make sure that we saw that come true and that we heard that from local businesses. I wanted to include as many local staff as possible and offer, you know, another opportunity to earn money at a festival and really be as integrated in the town as we are at Bluegrass and really maintain that through this event. And then while it's a little hard to quantify, I wanted to make sure that there was generally positive vibes coming off of that, making sure people felt good and that it didn't have a feeling of an unpleasant experience. And then of course, wanting to make sure that the implementation of our coordination plans was successful. And that was a huge piece. So in going through these metrics, I feel like we really did meet all of them. And that's the reason I'm here and having this conversation is because I really feel like we met these metrics for success. And I feel like it guides the discussion about where we should go from here. So first off, in terms of economic impacts, Stephanie presented a little bit of data about sales tax and everything. I have a little bit more. I talked with Kira Skinner at the tourism board, and she provided data for our weekend that did show a 25% year-over-year bump in paid occupancy. So I think that was a very positive thing to see. In terms of the direct financial benefits to the town, it was almost $15,000 in sales tax revenue. And then Stephanie and I look at the money paid to the town a little differently directly for the event, but I like to break it down and see there was a roughly $40,000 of head tax plus campground buyout. And then the rest of that difference in money that we paid to the town was all reimbursements for utilities, internet, different things like that, Gallatin Views extension, things that the town is incurring costs for. And so I like to look at that and see we're covering costs on things that the town is incurring. And then in addition to that, we were able to pay an additional 40,000 in the head tax and campground rental that isn't having to go to cover costs related to putting on this event. And then looking at those sales tax numbers, they were very small, but I want to dive a little deeper than just the 13% increase year over year, because I think a little bit gets lost in that. If you look a little closer at 2025, the retail spending was up 31%. I saw for local or for in-town retail, and I think some of that gets hidden in the bottom line number because I think there was like a 27% decrease in sales tax from nonprofits in the month of August. And so while we can't attribute all of the sales tax data for the month of August to this event, I think it's really telling that when you look at something like retail spending, you do see a very big bump there. And I think it's fair to say that some of that is definitely attributable to this, and we're not able to drill down to weekend detail. But in something that I think would be indicated by event people coming, I think we saw a big bump year over year on that. And then I've heard a lot of anecdotal reports from restaurants, liquor stores, and folks in town saying that it was a really good weekend for them. And so I'm hoping that has been heard across the board as well. And then, of course, we really leaned into doing more with this event. So we leaned into those after parties with the goal of having people out in town, even after the gates closed, and out in town spending money and staying out and really enjoying everything else that Telluride has to offer. In terms of local staff, we were able to hire tons of local team for our bar, our operations, parking, camping, stage crew, just like we do at Bluegrass. That was a given and was great. In addition to that, the Trees team helped us put together a bunch of additional programming related to this event. So we had everything from fly fishing, plant walks, guided hikes, seminars, all put on by local organizations and individuals that really added to the event and helped people experience more of Telluride than just what we were doing in Town Park. So I thought that was a really cool piece of that that may not have been that widely known. In terms of the vibes, I've again heard a lot of anecdotal reports about really positive interactions with a lot of attendees. It was cool to see a lot of people have their first experience in Telluride. Some people I heard their first experience in the mountains in general. But just kind of thinking back to how maybe people at the first Bluegrass would have felt, and being able to recreate that again for so many folks, I think is a really cool thing. And then we really saw that respect that they had for this space and what they were getting to experience here translate into how they took care of it. And I saw this for myself and have had many people talk to me about how clean the park was every single morning after that event, to the tune of micro trash, not just big stuff. And that was pretty amazing and pretty special. And I think really kind of spoke to the shared appreciation that they had for getting to be here. And then finally, looking at coordination, I've had a good debrief conversation with all of our partners on the coordination details, and there were a lot of details. So I've chatted a little bit with the new director of the soccer clubs. Sounds like things in generally worked well. Of course, losing Friday practices is the biggest challenge, and that's difficult with having a big event in Town Park. But it was something we can continue to try to coordinate around and be able to maximize. We could try to maximize in any possible way we can and get more creative in the future to make that work even better. Film Fest, we had a great debrief call with them as well. In general, things went really, really smooth. Personally, I thought it was really cool to share catering in the way that we did. Our team cooked dinner on Saturday night, cleaned up overnight Saturday, and Film's team was in there on Sunday morning by 7 a.m. cooking. And so it was kind of cool to see how organizations can come together and share the spaces that we have in town that are so desirable and so constantly booked. So I thought that was great. And we've talked through, there was a few coordination things. If we were to do something like this again, we would need to just coordinate timings on truck deliveries and address how that impacts build schedules. So just kind of nitty-gritty detail stuff. But I do feel confident that we would be able to work through a lot of those timings, especially now having a year under our belt, having seen kind of what the impacts are and what those details are. And then finally with the mountain run, Jared and I spoke at length about about the interaction of our two events. And, in general, I think things went really well. I'm aware of a couple misses that we had on our management plans. We didn't quite have all of our barricades in place for the full venue separation on Friday. I think we did get there by race day on Saturday. And there was some barricades maybe out of place on Saturday morning that need to get moved by the race crews. And so we appreciate kind of the teamwork and being able to get all those little details across the finish line. And it's something that for the future, I think we could be even more on top of now that we have a better feel for how that whole build schedule would come together. But largely, I actually was able to participate in the mountain run too. And as a runner, I thought it was a really awesome event, very humbling event. And Jared and Fisher put on an awesome race. And so, I felt like it was a cool experience out on the trail. It was a cool experience in town. And so only positive really things to say about them and what they do with that. And so diving into a few more details there, we had about 30 of their campers out at Lawson Hill. There was some challenges with having runners camped close to folks that were not there to run. And it was remediated a little bit on the night before the race because there was a lot of rain that kind of tamped down things. It was a little tougher the night after the race as people were kind of celebrating their last night here. On the flip side of that, we were able to have that camping available pretty late into July, which I think was a positive. I think a lot of times for anybody looking for camping in the area that late, Town Park Campground is going to be booked out at that point. Most local options are going to be booked out at that point. So there is some definitely pros and cons to camping in that way, but I did see some value of us being able to still have space available to offer their runners that close to the event. We did have about 20 runners buy the discounted event tickets, which was awesome. And props to anyone who can run any of those distances and still attend that event. And we were able to get access for 50 of their volunteers on Saturday after race operations wrapped up. So in my conversations with Jared, I know that TMR is looking to expand in the future. They want to see about how to do more. And so I recognize that could be a challenge for us to work through in terms of how to coordinate a larger footprint from the race and different needs from them. I do feel like we have a lot of history and proof from this year of being able to work together and figure that kind of thing out. And so I have a lot of hope that even with an expanded footprint from the race, it would be possible for us to find a way to continue to work together and share the town on this weekend if we were to try to do something like this again. So looking to the future, I've kind of hinted at this in the discussions of how the management plan implementation went. We really feel like we hit a lot of these metrics for success and that it was a positive thing for town. And based on that, I think it was something that we would love to try to continue into the future if the town and you all want us to. And one of the big considerations as we move forward and as we think about the future is it's pretty hard to put together an event of this size on such a short timeline. And the reality is that, if we were looking for next year, we need to have had conversations with artists and certainty 2 months ago. And so one of the challenges I'm trying to work through is how to make this work for the future. And the only way I can really think of would be an annual approval if we were to do this again. And so that allows us to be planning in September for next year and not having to wait until, I think, best case now would be December to know if this is something that the town is amenable to us doing and wants us to come bring back. And so that's a big piece of moving forward. I would be interested in a lot of discussion around the possibility of this being an annual thing, mostly from a planning perspective, because that's really the biggest challenge that we face this year with the short timeline. And then how do we change that for the future? And it also, I think, allows us to plan better in coordination with all of our partners too. And they're not waiting, unsure until 6 months out if all this coordination would even be necessary. So all that being said, really, really glad for the opportunity to get to bring this event to Telluride. I think it was really positive, and if it's something that you all think was good and want us to bring back, I think we would love to do it.
Great. Zach, thank you very much for the wrap up. Just to be clear for everyone in the room and listening, the purpose of this work session today is just to summarize the 2025 event, and we will not be holding any discussions for the future, whenever that may be. Before we open it up for public comment, I want to make sure council has an opportunity to ask Zach or Stephanie any other questions. I'd like to start. Zach, something that I'm always wonder personally as not only an attendee of many music events, but also a music producer. This question has been brought to me by many people in town as an outsider and potentially evil. But what I think people want to try to get an idea of what AEG's role is. You know, we have a variety, small venue, festival venues that are independent, local, and you know, I don't want to say the word protect, but I want to make sure that anytime we're bringing out, and I'm being dramatic, but a monster like AEG or Live Nation, plain and simple, what their role is in our town. So if you could talk about that, that would be great.
Totally. And I really appreciate that question. Planet Bluegrass, of course, we're an independent promoter as well. And so I feel very much the same way. It's a challenging and continues to grow more and more challenging world to be an independent promoter in. But unfortunately, that is the reality. And we're looking for ways to adapt and survive as the event industry faces new challenge and changes and seems to be really readjusting after this post-COVID boom that we saw. And so the reason that AEG is in partnership with us on this event is that there's really two big reasons why we need them. So the first off is the sharing of the risk. And you've seen, I'm sure everyone's heard, the event world is down this year. And it was a tough year across all events. And so starting a new event from scratch, bringing in, you know, new artists and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of risk in that. And by having AEG to support us, it means we only have to take half of that. And that is the difference between it being viable and reasonable for us to go out on a limb and try without risking, you know, our team's ability to have a job year round or something like that. So that's one of the big reasons. And the other piece is the assistance that they bring in booking out of genre. We, of course, do a lot of booking of acoustic music, bluegrass. That's who we are. We are not very well versed in booking EDM or anything out of that genre. And so AEG really helps in that piece of getting us in front of those artists, knowing who is working in the industry and helping us kind of have those conversations and be able to get those deals across the finish line. So those are really the two big reasons that we are partnering with them on this. And if you look at it was really important to me that this event still felt like Planet Bluegrass. And that was kind of, again, one of my success indicators on our end was, did it maintain the local feel? What was it a Planet Bluegrass event? Did it feel like it fit into the community of Telluride? In spite of the fact that we were partnering with AEG for that support on the back end. And so I do feel like we were able to maintain that independent feeling and still stay true to our values as event producers. I have no interest in you know, getting AEG in Telluride or anything like that. In fact, I'm very much against that. They're kind of just supporting us on the back end to be able to bring something new like this.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Ashley?
I have a question and then a comment. So my question is, did you guys collect any like demographic data on your attendees as far as age? Because I think that would be interesting for us. Obviously, we've got information about how much money people spent, but not necessarily about, you know, are these people in their early 20s? Were they in their mid 30s? Were they older? Again, because I think that would just be interesting for us as a community to have that information. I think we can all anecdotally say that the crowd by and large felt younger. And then in that same vein, I just wanted to make a quick comment. You know, we get a lot of feedback from the community that this council in particular does a lot of things just based on finances and money. So I wanted to just make a quick comment about, not about how much tax revenue the event generated or brought in or the expenses that it covered, but I really wanted to, as somebody who participated very actively in the event, as somebody who was working there, as somebody who is also a fan of some EDM music, just to comment on the vibe and the vibe level, and say that I was really pleased and encouraged by how kind and gracious and polite all of the attendees were. They obviously were here to have a good time, but from my perspective as somebody who was working, anytime direction was given or requests were made of these new clients, they were very receptive and very respectable. And I think that the comment you made about feelings of, is this harkening back to a First Bluegrass, I also had in my mind visions of when the Grateful Dead came and played in Telluride. Obviously, my family has been in Telluride for a long time, and I know that when the kind of changing of the guard of generations of different types of music came in, my grandma would make comments about the hippies and stuff like that. And I felt like this was kind of a similar feeling of that something fresh and something, maybe different was coming to our community. So I just wanted to give my feedback on the vibe, which I thought was great. And I really thought that the group that it brought in hopefully is a new fans of Telluride, and that they find the same, love and for this place that we all have. So that's my comment.
Great. Ashley, thank you. Elena?
Yeah, I'll before my question, I'll echo Ashley's statement about the vibe. I think we all have our own anecdotal experiences when stuff like this happens in town, and mine was similar. I did want to ask, aside from the barriers that you mentioned on Saturday morning, were there any other things that didn't go according to plan that you learned from, or things that you would do differently?
Yeah, so, specific to coordination with the Mountain Run, or
In coordination with anyone, like Mountain Run, Film Fest.
Yeah, I think the biggest ones were probably with the Mountain Run. I think it was definitely the challenges with the noise in camping. I also heard some challenges with noise in town. I understand the need for getting to sleep at a reasonable time before and after a race like that. So I did understand concerns around noise levels. There was a few unintended hiccups, like we were parking Mill Creek Road, where there was an aid station for the event, and stuff like we shut off the public Wi-Fi that they would normally use. Very little things that could be easily addressed. It was just something that was hard to think of ahead of time when you're trying to check all those little boxes. And I think Jared's here and could comment if there's any other details that I'm missing related to our coordination, but it definitely, from what I heard, it was nothing show stopping. It was mostly, little things that we needed to tighten up in the future. And then the biggest thing with Film Fest really was they were very kindly moving their truck timings around to support our camper load in. And as a result, that tightened up their build schedule in the pavilion by a day. And so for the future, they would need to address that. But all told, they made it work. And I'm not aware of any major adverse impacts to any of the events that we coordinated with as a result of this.
Great. Geneva, I see your hand is raised.
You should be able to unmute
yourself. Thanks, Tiff. Yeah, I want to echo what the last two council folks have said. I also got to attend and loved seeing younger folks in town. I think it's really important for us to attract different kinds of people to Telluride so that we can continue to keep our customer base evergreen. And I would say the one, maybe, I don't know if negative comment is the right way of putting it, but I sort of felt like the security presence was a bit of overkill. And I don't know if that was because, and I'm talking about in the park. I don't know if that was because of a concern of the crowd getting out of control. But if there was a way to make the hired security team a little less, intimidating and serious. I think that it was a very loosey-goosey crowd, and this may be an issue with security companies around the music industry everywhere. But I think trying to find a better suited security team to sort of fit the Telluride park venue would be great. And yeah, I loved it, and I hope I won't be here to make the decision about next year, but I hope that the future council considers the things that have been mentioned already. And maybe this isn't the exact weekend for it because of all the scheduling challenges. I know that there's no perfect weekend, but I hope that this sort of different customer base is encouraged to continue to come to Telluride and build it as a special place for the next generation. Thanks.
I can comment on that if you
Sure.
want. So the security, it's a challenge, and I recognize that the crew we brought in from this was different than our normal bluegrass crew. A lot of that was wanting to very much err on the safe side. I would rather be sitting here answering questions about why it felt like too much versus something that triggers us having to talk about why it wasn't enough. So we wanted to make sure we were scaled and prepped for full capacity, potential for a lot of walk up, and the worst case. And I recognize that can feel a little different, especially compared to what we get to enjoy at a lot of the other events here in Telluride. Additionally, with something new, being a little unsure of what exactly that was going to look like from a security perspective, just wanting to err very much on the safe side and make sure that we were extra covered in that. So I very much hear that feedback, and we'll take that into account for future planning.
Great. Thanks, Zach. We haven't heard from Dan or Mian. Do you guys have anything to add?
If we're sharing thoughts, which it seems like we are a little bit, I certainly have a few to share. Yeah, I think the event itself went very well. Crowds were respectful. As far as care for the park, there seems to be a great deal of care taken, both by the event itself and by the attendees. All great things. I said when this was going through the initial process that I don't think town council should be the arbiter of taste. I don't think we should be picking which specific band or act should be getting chosen by the event coordinator. I think that's your role. And I think it is our question of, does the town need another event like this, no matter how the specific sort of looks? You ask 10 people and you'll probably get 10 different answers on that one. I think by and large, there's a lot of positive for it. My concerns at the time were making sure we still leave space for the little guys, the little events like the Mountain Run particular, because I think that is certainly also part of Telluride's culture as much as music is as well. So I think my goal looking towards the future is making sure we try and do it as much as possible to leave space for both. I am already looking at Case's 2026 calendar, and the Mountain Run already has their traditional weekend, which is going to be August 22nd next year. I do note that there is a vacant weekend in Town Park the weekend prior. So looking towards that does now, then you're getting close to Jazz Fest, which is the weekend prior to that. So if this were to move forward, I would want to have a serious conversation with both partners about what can be accommodated with those two weekends. It might make most sense, if probably not for 2026, but now we're talking 2027, to perhaps move the Mountain Run up one weekend to provide space between music events in town. But do want to, of course, get their input on that, as well as hear from them directly about their experience here. As I said in the process, I think you did a good job negotiating in good faith, but just being who you are and just asking for the type of event you're going to have impacts no matter what. And I really do take it seriously of those small grassroots independent events that have had a history in our town and work really well with the town. We want to make sure we really care for them. And so that still remains my top priority. And so that's definitely what I'm thinking about and looking towards as we start this conversation around a more permanent event for it, which I remain open to, but really that's what I'm going to be looking for going into the future.
Mian, since we There's, we want Stephanie had her hand
I
up.
just wanted to address availability. Case calendar is not a good resource for venue availability.
Okay.
Case calendar is event date solely, and that is Mushroom Festival, which you guys have had conversations in the recent past about large events overlapping with
Thank-
Mushroom.
Thank you.
But yeah, the case calendar does not show their extensive setup, tear down times of town venues. So not a good resource for that. And yeah, we've talked to both events about other potential dates earlier this year, or recently. The stage is really the limiting factor for a music event like this, and availability of that facility is pretty limited. Yeah, continue conversations with all events to look at available dates, but we don't have them just in our back pocket ready to hand out, unfortunately, when it comes to use of town park.
And before we go to man, I just want to make sure, and to restate it, is that the goal today is wrapping up 2025. If Planet Bluegrass wants to come back for 2026 or any other year, or any other organization wants to throw their hat in the ring for any type of event that works with availability in our town-owned facilities like Town Park or Elks Park, the case calendar, that process would be a very public one, through not only town council, but the Parks and Recreation Commission and CASE. So I don't want to get a step ahead, whether you support this or you don't. That's not really here for the discussion today. But with that, Mian's the only council person we haven't heard from.
Sure. I think a lot of what I would say has been said. I think Ashley actually used an anecdote that I thought consistently over the course of that weekend, in the lead up to that weekend, following the weekend, which is, I wasn't here when the Grateful Dead came, but gosh, it felt like the exact same thing with the exact same framing and narratives that I have spent the last 2 decades hearing about, that there was this crowd of young people and their crazy music and their crazy clothes and etc. And to me, it felt really like this is the transitioning of a guard, ultimately, that if everybody hears me talk about how concerned I am about the future and how I want to set everything up for the success of the town now, but also most importantly for future generations and for the future community that's going to live here. And this feels, musically like that is one of the things that we're doing. I mean, I'm sure there will always be Bluegrass Festival fans. But I think that when we can start to really layer the types of visitors that we bring to Telluride, the types of people that come to use the destination, the types of people that come to fall in love with these mountains, I think it just ultimately ends up serving us better, because we are creating a diverse group of individuals that are going to protect this valley, into the future. And I will say, like, sitting in that park and looking around and looking at everybody that was there, so many people that I would never have thought would have been in that festival for that type of music, and hearing people 30 years older than me and 20 years older than me and people that are more conservative than me say, oh my God, this is amazing. This is crazy. This is wonderful. I love this. This is amazing. Like just effusive compliments about the fact that we had something different happening in the town of Telluride, that we were not consistently sort of going back to the pond and drawing from the same well of individuals that consistently come here. It felt as though overarchingly, verbally, those were the comments that I was given from members of the community, which I thought were great. Obviously, we've got written comments from other members that have some concerns, and I think some of those concerns can be easily addressed, whether it's by Planet Bluegrass or other music producers in the future. I think this music is what people are listening to now, and like with any other festival, so there are some people that are going to love the topic, the genre, the content, and there are going to be people that hate it. There certainly are festivals I don't like, and there are festivals I love. And I think that our strength, as always, is in the diversity that our community has as far as its interests and beliefs. Okay, I did have a couple questions there really quickly. What was the total timing of the headliners?
Oh, boy. I want to say they did 60 to 75 minutes a night.
Okay. One of the concerns that we heard was about how late it was. And I do think that, you know, to your point about light shows, I very much, very, very, very much agree with you about that. But I do think that, you know, with that timing, there's something that we could look to maybe find a middle ground there if you or anyone else in the future ever wants to put on another show like this. And then interestingly, one of the things that you kind of spoke to was how the setup and cross utilization between yourselves and the soccer club and everyone else was really effective. You know, one of the things that I have heard kind of consistently from other community members about Planet Bluegrass is like your lengthy use of Town Park during your traditional festival. And so I'm curious if you feel as though, based on your experience now putting this production on, that you would be able to do something similar and sort of shrink your footprint for your current, you know, your OG festival in the future.
And I'm always very cognizant of that and try to work really closely with Stephanie in making sure we minimize our footprint as much as possible, because I recognize we are the longest in the park with Bluegrass. The huge difference is just the amount of infrastructure required for Bluegrass versus what this event was. And the difference of two additional campgrounds, tons more vendors, tents, tons more perimeter infrastructure, tons more people being a part of it, really make it a lot more challenging to try to make those cuts. And so I do feel like I learned a lot from this different design of event. I'm always looking at how I can try to apply that to Bluegrass and keep it as tight as possible. But I have to be really careful that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot with Bluegrass and, you know, tighten up our setup time too much to the point that we can't be certain that we have all the infrastructure in place or can't provide the product that everyone's come to expect and that we promise every year. So I will absolutely look at that, but these events were so different in what the needs were from an infrastructure perspective within the park that I would be nervous to commit to anything like that.
Yeah, and this is a work session, so none of us are committing to anything whatsoever. Again, none of us are committing to anything whatsoever. But I think, you know, you've had this experience. I know that Blues and Brews has a much smaller footprint as far as their installation and tear down. So I think maybe that would be like something that I personally would love to see, you know, as our community needs that park more and more and wants to use that park more and more, that we're trying to streamline those processes so that we can offer that to the people that are living here, paying the taxes here, supporting our ability to put these events on.
Great. Mian, thank you very much. It's Telluride we pride ourselves on being different. And this event was different, which I thought was pretty cool. But since this is a work session, we do want to hear from the public. If you have anything to say, we did have a sign-in sheet go around. We're going to limit comments to 3 minutes. And in the spirit of time and repetitiveness, if you've got something to say that's been said before, try to make your comments as concise as possible. Tiffany, do you have anyone on the sheet?
Can I ask that we maybe give the event partners an opportunity to speak? I was anticipating you wouldn't get to benefits and impacts until you heard from them also, because you've only heard one perspective, but I know we've got Mountain Run representatives.
We absolutely want to hear from them. Please, if you want to say something, you have to stand up to the microphone. So hate to do that to you, but come on up.
Hey everybody, my name is Jared Vilhauer. I'm one of the organizers of the Telluride Mountain Run. Wasn't planning on talking today, but giving an opportunity, I figured I should. I will start by saying the Telluride Mountain Run, it happened this year. Race filled like we were planning. We had over 450 people sign up. I think it was about the same as last year. We had close to 400 people actually show up. Along with that, all the families and friends and everybody that shows up with that. So definitely had well over, 1,000 people in town for our event. Don't want to lead on that this thing went perfectly smooth, but I can say that the fact that it happened had a great deal to do with the coordination plan that we had with Zach, and really appreciate how they helped us out with all of our concerns with this thing. There were quite a few items that didn't go as planned, and I'm not going to dwell on them. Zach and I had a good debrief on quite a few of them. Some were small, some were bigger things, and overall, there wasn't anything that stopped the event in its tracks. I know he was very busy over his weekend trying to make sure everything was coordinated, and a lot of these things just weren't worth the time or the effort to hassle him with, and we just kind of rolled with it. Figured we'd have an opportunity to debrief him like we did. Just a couple of the bigger ticket items was just the amount of space available for us to move our vehicles and our trailers in. I would say that a lot of it had to do with just the food vendors and the space available that he needed there, as well as there was a kind of a lot of unknowns with the new warming hut and how much space would be available there. So can't put all of that on Planet Bluegrass. The flow plan, there was definitely a plan that was in place to make sure that our area, the core area, broad tent in the core area there was going to be primarily for our use. So trying to divert concert goers and everybody out of that zone, both Friday and Saturday. It kind of fell apart on Friday. That was kind of being used a lot by concert goers and ultimately required us to maybe shift our plans a little bit on Friday. We were able to make it happen on Saturday, though. We kind of got that figured out. So overall, not that big of a deal. Yeah, as Zach mentioned, there was a little bit of an issue on Saturday morning. Our race starts at 5 o'clock. We funnel everybody over that bridge right there at the post office, right where the box office is at. And all the box office stuff didn't get moved out of the way the night before. So we were frantically moving all that stuff 5 minutes before the race just to make sure that all of our runners didn't run into a bunch of barricades right at the beginning, which was challenging. In the end, kind of small things. So on the organizing side of things, I think the coordination plan, it helped out a lot, but the bigger part of this, which we cannot figure out with a coordinating plan, is just the impact to our runners. There's no coordinating plan that's going to get rid of thousands of other people in town. And talking to runners, people that showed up, I asked a lot of people questions. A lot of people approached me with their opinions. And overall, some people went to the concert, some people loved it, but overall it was not well received. We just kind of had two very different cultures in town. People that are there to enjoy the mountains, to run this race, and then concert goers that are there to party. And, nobody was mad, but there was definitely a lot of disappointment, especially from the people that regularly come to our race, people that show up with their families. And this was kind of one of our concerns from the get-go, is how this is going to affect next year. And if people see this being the new norm, are they going to continue coming back? So heard a lot about that, challenges with just finding availability of camping, availability of lodging. Parking was a huge challenge for people, even though we tried to funnel everybody over to Carhenge. There was just so many people in town and so much parking. And that's just something that is not going to be able to change with a coordination plan. Noise, you mentioned that one, Zach. That was kind of a big one that people mentioned a lot. Our race starts at 5 a.m. People are training for this thing all year. It's kind of one of the biggest events of their year, maybe one of the hardest things they've done ever. And just not being able to get a good night's sleep, and kind of feel for them there. So yep, I'll leave it at that. There are things that went well, and then things that just didn't go well, and things that we were expecting not to go well.
Great. Thank you for stepping up, although you didn't necessarily want to, and telling us that feedback is very important to us.
Cool.
Any questions for the, in regards to the mountain run?
I have a couple questions. Well, just really one question. I know that, before this was approved, we were kind of asking you some like demographic questions and lodging questions just to kind of wrap our minds around, really doing an analysis as to like how this does and how
Yeah.
this would affect the mountain run. Did you collect all of that for this year?
A little bit, some
Okay.
of it. Yeah, I can't say that I got much in terms of like lodging and stuff like that, but
Okay.
the demographics with numbers.
Do you have any ideas as far as like who's camping and who's staying in a hotel? And you mentioned parking specifically, so like,
Yeah.
are they staying in Uray? Are they staying down Valley? Like,
Most people that are traveling here for the race are trying to stay in the close vicinity of the area, and the majority of them are camping, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
It might be helpful, since it doesn't sound like you necessarily collected this data, to maybe do like a follow-up survey with your runners, just to
Sure.
try and get that so that we have like a little bit more information. So it's not just like
Sure.
anecdotal type of stuff. It might be, I won't be making a decision, hopefully, because I
Yeah.
hopefully will still be employed. But if the rest of the council has that information, it makes it a lot easier to understand.
Yeah, I agree. And that's something that we have kind of on our list to do here this fall as we move forward towards next year, is to throw out a survey for that. We found that some of that information was a little challenging to try and collect during the race with everything going on. So we're gonna be doing some follow-up.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. All right, thanks again. Anybody from film or soccer club here that wants to say anything? Is there a hand raised for either one of those two online, Tiffany?
See any hands raised online? No.
Okay. Well, then without that, I will open it up to if anyone has any public comment. Don't feel the need that you have to say something, but there's a lot of patient people in this room. If you want to step up to the mic and say anything, you have that opportunity.
We did just have a hand go up from Pam Bennett.
Oh,
Well, she's just a member of the public.
Oh.
She's not affiliated with those other.
Actually,
She's a no.
No, but
she's nobody. Pam, you're nobody.
She's just making.
Well, you
public
can unmute, Pam, please.
Meeting you, Pam.
You should be good, Pam.
Good morning. Sorry, I was trying to pay attention, but then I realized you went past the public. Hey, I was not familiar with the EDM music. I can't honestly say that I'm a fan of EDM music. However, I'd like to say that I was directly involved with hundreds of the concert goers, and what a kind and generous group of people. It was my mother that feared the hippies when they came for bluegrass. And I think I'm proud to say that I'm delighted that this group, very diverse, came and spent a weekend with us. So I would support this group coming back. It was a fantastic experience. And thank you, Town Council, for being brave enough to, do something different. So thank you.
Pam, thank you very much. Anybody else hand raised online? Tiffany? I'm
Yes.
gonna close public comment.
Patrick Latchell.
Oh, oh.
I'm gonna unmute Patrick.
Hey there, just gonna jump in really quick, wanted to voice my support for the event. I think we're really lucky to have such a good partner and producer with Planet Bluegrass, sorry. And also just note, it's a hard time of year for our destination. So many kids go back to school, so many families go back to school. Weddings haven't gone into full swing, so I think that our economy definitely felt the impacts of it. Anecdotally, I just noticed like really nice cars on my way out. So I think we had a good group, but in terms of that demographic in town. And more on the quantitative side, just looking at some of the data, F&B and retail were up in Mountain Village, and I think that was a direct result of this event. And also, yeah, I just had a good time. So just wanted to say good job to everyone involved and appreciate all the work that went into it.
Patrick, thank you very much. Anybody else online, Tiffany?
Good. 1 second. If you want to give public comment, please raise your hand.
If you're in the room for public comment, please raise your hand. If there's no one else online, Tiffany, I'd like to close online comments. And if someone is in the room that wants to say anything, this is your opportunity, or we'll end this agenda item. I saw your hand up first. Doesn't matter. Whoever wants to go. Just gotta please state your name for the record.
Hey, I'm Maddie. I just wanted to echo that I thought it was a great event, and going to a lot of the festivals, leaving, the crowd was really respectful of trash and like of the trees even said it. So I thought that was a big takeaway, that people were like, we're respectful of our community. And I think that's like one of the main things for every festival. So thank you for saying yes.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I want to do a huge thank you to Zach and the council. I thought it was an amazing event. I go to a lot of EDM shows, and I thought this one was run so smoothly. Thank you guys for taking a chance. I grew up here. I thought it was amazing to feel the energy in town shift and like whole new energy come in and people be excited. And I thought a lot of the locals were talking about it and were really excited about it. And I appreciate it. And I really hope we do it again. Thank you guys.
Great, thank you. Anybody else left in the room?
Hi, I'm Miguel. Wanted to say thank you to Town Council and Zach and everybody for being here. And I think it's I heard everyone talking about the demographic of the people who showed up to this event. And I think it was also worth mentioning the local turnout. I've lived in Telluride since I was 9 years old. I've been to Blues and Blues and Bluegrass many times, and not once have I seen everybody I know in one event. And yeah, I think that was really magical. So yeah, just wanted to say that.
Great, thank you for that feedback. It's appreciated. Is there anybody else left?
Hi, I'm Sid. I've been living and working in this town for 5 years, and as someone who also goes to a lot of EDM shows, I think that the event went really smooth. And also talking about the demographics, I feel like looking around this festival, I feel like there was just more than, older white people. I feel like looking around, seeing people of color, people of all different ages is also really good for the town. And I also working in customer service. Everyone was really nice. Everyone was really appreciative of being able to get here, talking to a lot of people that this is their first experience in the mountains. They were really humble about it because it was very expensive to get here, especially if you were camping and didn't know anyone. I was fortunate enough to have a couple of friends stay with me. So having them feeling the appreciation of the town, and also hearing that it only took one trash bag to clean up the entire park both nights, like that's, I think, super cool. Thank you again for letting this happen. I hope it does again.
Great. Thank you so much for that comment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chase. Once again, thank you to Zach and thank you to Town Council for allowing this event to happen. As Sarah and Sid said, I attended a lot of EDM events all across the country, and I was really excited when I heard that this was something that was going to happen this summer. I also had my concerns about how, it would go as a whole, and, how respectful the crowd that it would bring in would be to our town. And it went much better than expected. Leaving, everyone did a really good job of leaving no trace when leaving Town Park. A lot better job than the Blues and Brews crowd did from my experience this year. And yeah, it brought in a whole new demographic, just, a real refreshing vibe that I feel like this town needed, that it's been missing for a while. I worked at the Mountain Lodge this summer, and we hosted the pool parties on Friday and Sunday. And Friday I was working, but I did attend the one on Sunday, and speaking with the crowd that was there, they had nothing but positive feedback to give about their experience they had this weekend, Telluride as a whole. And I heard a lot of people say, quote, that they literally had the best weekend of their lives. And they were exposed to this area had this event not happen, I don't feel like a lot of those people would have been exposed to Telluride and mountain culture. So it was really great to see that event happen. So I thought it was a success, and I really hope that it happens again next year. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that feedback. Anybody else? Seeing no other hands raised, I will close public comment for this agenda item. Thank you everyone for attending to give your feedback, hanging in for the hour and 15 minutes for this agenda item. Zach, thanks for coming to town. Stephanie, thank you as well. With that, I am going to adjourn for lunch. Going to reconvene and recall to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, and it is 1 p.m. on the button. We are in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia and hybrid as a reminder to all. Before we get to public comment, I wanted to basically give a special shout out to Geneva Shawnette. It is her last meeting. She has graciously given her heart and soul to the position of town council, not only at this table, but in numerous sub boards and commissions, and just being an overall fantastic member of the community while serving this community. And it was very important to me and on behalf of town council to make that recognition, and thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. All right, that brings us to agenda item number 2, public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted to no more than 5 minutes. Overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. And the instructions for remote public comment, please raise your hand. If you're on audio, *9 for your keypad will work, and then I will call on you one at a time once we go through the members of the room. And keep in mind that staff may provide factual corrections or context if needed or applicable following public comment. We do have a public comment sign-in sheet that was circulated to get us started. First person on that list is Mark Halper. Marky, please step up.
Good afternoon, Mayor. In Sunshine Mesa.
Mark, so the people can hear you online. We'd love to have you at a microphone.
Good afternoon, Mayor Errico and Town Council members. My name is Mark Halper. I love Telluride. I have been here since I was 23 years old. I'm now 76 years old. And what I am observing is making me very sad. And I asked to be present here, and I would like to make a demonstration on the issue of exceeding carrying capacity. But in my little world up on Sunshine Mesa, I have a cabin without plumbing fixtures, and I have the red bucket that's under my sink where I wash my dishes, rinse my dishes, and it's inside a cabinet with doors. And if I don't pay attention to the water draining down into the bucket, it creates a big mess. And the analogy is this is what the Telluride Town Council and Mayor Teddy Errico are doing to this town of creating a big mess. So I'm going to proceed with the demonstration. This is Telluride. It's surrounded by mountains, a beautiful valley, a beautiful little town. And this is all the people that are coming to Telluride because it's Tellutopia. It's no longer Telluride, it's Tellutopia. And this is people coming to Telluride because they think it's the most beautiful place they've ever seen, whether they live in the United States or anywhere around the world. And they want to be here. They have lots of money. They're very wealthy, getting wealthier by the day. And they're coming into the small town of Telluride. And the town of Telluride, through the town council of Mayor Teddy Errico, is ignoring the responsibility to mitigate this extensive, aggressive growth, creating problems with traffic, with lack of parking, with destroying the very essence of why people came to Telluride in the early 70s, through the 70s, through the mid 80s until the mid 80s. And this has to change. Here's more people coming. Are we paying attention to the bucket? I don't think so. More and more people are coming to Telluride because they love being here. They want to build, buy property and build. More and more people are coming. Are we paying attention to the exceeding carrying capacity? The answer is no. Okay, outside before this meeting reconvened, I was talking to the two deputy marshals. They pleaded with me, suggested, Mark, don't make the mess. I'm pleading with Mayor Teddy Errico and the town council members, please stop this making the mess in our town. We cannot continue to exceed carrying capacity. If I were to even finish this gallon of water, which represents more and more people coming to Telluride, we are going to have a big mess right here because the water is going to overflow my 5-gallon Tupperware pail and make a big mess. This is exactly analogous to what is happening in this town. We are allowing more and more growth that without addressing any mitigation, the traffic is unacceptable. The parking is nowhere to be found on normal days. So, as you can see, we have more and more people wanting to come here. These are people wanting to come to Telluride. These probably represent 100 people per 1 gallon of water, if not more. So be respectful. I am not going to put one in the pail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for your public comment today. Next up on public comment, we have Colby Ward. Colby, you can go up here too. It's a tough act to follow, Colby.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A little bit different than my message. Hello, Mayor, council members, staff, and the greater community of Telluride. My name is Colby Ward from 226 East Pacific Ave. My father moved here when he was 19 in 1972. I was born and raised in Telluride. I grew up scraping my knees at the Voodoo Skate Park, shoveling snow off the outdoor rink mid-hockey game, while dreaming about skipping school on Monday for a pow day. Today, I stand here as a local business owner, raising 2 boys who I hope will have a similar experience throughout their childhood. We live in a deed-restricted apartment building that was a dirt lot when I was growing up. I am beyond lucky to have the opportunity to raise our family in Telluride, and it wouldn't have been possible without change, without growth. I often hear people say that growth will crush our community. But in reality, growth is inevitable. Growth is healthy. Growing and evolving are part of life. Ballot Measure 300 does not protect our community. It undermines it. It undermines the people sitting in front of us and those who will sit in their seats in the future. Ballot Measure 300 loses sight of what it means to be a healthy, thriving community. Yes, there have been and forever will be decisions our town council makes that I disagree with, but we already have systems in place to make our voices heard. All you need is 5% of the electorate to enact an immediate vote of the people. We can grow responsibly and together as a community. Let's play hockey together. Let's skip school to go skiing, start businesses, foster our youth, schedule or attend public meetings to discuss all of it, and continue to support our neighbors and this community. Vote no on 300.
Colby, thank you. Yep. And then next on the list is Kendra Held.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kendra Held. I also live in Telluride. I'm at Virginia Placer. And I'm here because the topics of electrification and the capacity of our electrical grid have come up a few times at recent council meetings and building energy code workshops. I'm just here with information about some upcoming opportunities for our building community and public to learn more about electrification and participate in conversations and ask questions about it. So EcoAction Partners is hosting a building electrification workshop on Tuesday, November 11th from 9 a.m. to noon in partnership with San Miguel Power Association, the Colorado Energy Office, NORESCO, and building science and electrification expert Sean Lamons. This workshop is free and is intended to answer 3 key questions. 1, can our electrical grid handle electrification? 2, what are the exact requirements of Colorado's Electric Ready and Solar Ready code? This is important because Telluride and Mountain Village have both already adopted those Electric Ready and Solar Ready codes. And then 3rd, how can we cost effectively and efficiently integrate electrification into the design and construction of new buildings and remodels? Again, this workshop is free and open to the public. Anyone is welcome to attend, but we especially encourage folks in the building trades such as architecture, construction, mechanical systems, and electrical systems to attend. This is going to be a great opportunity to ask questions of experts and learn best practices on building electrification. Folks are interested, you can sign up on the EcoAction Partners website under the Building Energy Codes tab. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Next on our in-person public comment is Marty Prohaska.
Hi, Council. Nice to see you. I don't come down here enough. But yes, Marty Prohaska, and I am the mayor of Mountain Village, but I'm here in a personal capacity. I want first to thank Geneva for her 8 years on town council. It is not an easy job, and I appreciate you doing it. And I wish you the best with your family moving forward. But that is why I'm here, is to tell you how much I appreciate you all. I know how hard this job is. I know that you're underpaid. I know that you are often subject to unfair treatment. And I said this at our council meeting last week, and I'm just going to repeat it here today. I feel strongly that democracy is best done when there's conversation that sticks to facts and policy and not personal attacks. And the proliferation of social media commentary is concerning to me, and that I think it's led to the lack of interest in people wanting to sit in these seats. And that in the end is the end of democracy in my mind. And it's not fair to the people who do this job. It's not fair to your staff. It's not fair to the other government officials that are also trying their very best to do what they feel is best for the community. I know each of one of you personally, and I know that even when we disagree, which we have disagreed many times, at the end, I know that you're doing what you feel is right for this community and for the greater region. And it doesn't help the future when there is such vitriol and negativity that is attacking of elected officials' character. And so I just want to tell you all what a great job I think you're doing. And part of this may just be that you're actually getting things done. And people are afraid of change, and I get it. But I know the processes that you undertake, and I know how much outreach you do, and I appreciate it. So thank you for doing what you do. I'm sorry that you're subject to the abuse that you've been subject to, at least on social media and sometimes in this room. You don't deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marty. That's well appreciated. We have one more person so far on our sign-up sheet, and we have Amy Levick.
Good afternoon. I'm not here to complain.
Feel free.
Sure. Actually, I'm here to throw out an idea. I've been watching the discussion on ballot question 300, and I know how some of my friends and neighbors feel. And one of the things has to do with the increase in property taxes. I mean, mine personally have gone up almost 150% in 2 years. And it's a little bit rough. One of the things is I want to throw out an idea that other places do. I don't know if it's done elsewhere in Colorado. That's going to take some research. And this is not something that the town can do, but would support the county in doing. And that is something like a homestead tax. If somebody has lived and contributed to the community, lived in their house for X number of years, I don't know if it's 20 years, I don't know if it's less than that, they're entitled to a reduction in the valuation. Utah does it, Arizona does it. I don't know whether Colorado, Kevin, I don't know if you can weigh in on that, whether it's allowed, but it would certainly be something that would be worth supporting, even if you yourselves can't do anything about it as a town. So I encourage you to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, I'll make a note, talk with the county. I do always want to remind people that the town of Telluride did put something in place a long, long time ago to cap our collections of property tax to 7% over the previous year. So even though evaluations are going up, we do not see the fruits of that labor past that 7% because we put that barrier in place for the town. But I think we could look at working with the county on that potential.
Was the microphone close enough to?
Was the
that?
microphone close enough?
I want to make sure everyone heard that.
Sure. That the town of Telluride does have a cap on the property tax that we can collect. It's a 7% over the previous year's collection. So we have a cap. So regardless of people's valuations going up or what the potential is, we have a cap on that.
And because of that, we'll probably never catch up to collecting the full amount that theoretically we could without that cap.
But I think to the point, like it would, if you're going to talk to the county, it would be great if you could also talk to every single special taxing district, because I think that that is where the significant pain point that everybody is feeling right now is because of the number of mill levies. And I know that this was something that the SMART board even discussed voluntarily reducing their collection as well. But I think the people that are feeling that pain are not going to feel the relief unless everybody comes together to work on that and to create that solution together.
And I will make note, we do have an IG meeting coming up. I don't know if you can pull that date up, Tiffany, off the top of your head, but I'll make sure to mention it at that meeting. But just for anyone who wants to attend and give that opinion there, would be great. When is it?
November 10th.
November 10th. I knew it was close.
And those agendas will be posted online on our website.
Yeah.
Great. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Please step on up, pick your favorite microphone of choice.
If you're thirsty, there's water.
First of all, thank you all for your service. We all appreciate it. I came for some clarification. So in the paper on the 19th, I read where the renewable energy codes are going to be used for the 2024. And I'm curious, since we're almost into 2026, why would we be using codes from last year? The other question I have that I need clarification on, and I read Harvey Roisman's letter to the editor regarding the budget, and Telluride's budget seems to be quite a bit higher than that of Vail and Aspen. Is that true? And can you explain that?
It possibly could be.
I don't think it can
I think we have such a our populations are so much smaller, it'd be.
I don't know.
I'll address.
Do you mind introducing yourself too, just for the clerk?
Pardon me?
Would you mind introducing yourself just so the clerk?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trish Anisi, and I've been a community member for over 20 years, and I just live down the block.
Great.
Just to clarify, so I just looked it up really quickly. Aspen's budget is $296 million. So no, we do not have a larger
Okay.
budget than Aspen. And I can look up Vail as well.
Well, I know you can't believe everything you read, and that's why I wanted clarification.
I first of all, Thanks for coming for clarification.
Yeah.
I think that is.
Yeah,
important.
that's awesome. And do you want to address
Yep.
the codes?
I'm happy to address. So, building codes, we follow what is issued by the state. They do it every 2 years. We have 2018, 2021, 2024. So we don't have an opportunity to, 2024 is the most current and up-to-date code that
Okay,
we could
and
adopt.
I also wondered why it wasn't 2025.
Yeah.
So,
So that's why we took the opportunity to look at the
Okay.
most up-to-date code. Our previous code was 2018, so we brought it up to the most current. And there is a new state standard that you have to adopt one of the most recent 3 codes. So that would be 18, 21, or 24, and we're in that top piece. I also want to make, when you are looking at budgets specifically for government, it's really important to look at general fund budget versus the entirety of a budget as well, because we have large capital projects or other things that contribute to the budget as a whole. But the general fund is kind of the daily operations that look at how the town is kind of growing year after year. And so that's a better standard to look at when comparing other budgets. So
Okay.
some people are like, Telluride has this huge budget, but it just depends on kind of all we're accomplishing in a year as well,
Okay.
where those funds are coming from.
And
Thank
then
you.
just a clarification, Vale's budget is also far in excess of Telluride's budget at 153.6 million in expenditures.
okay, I think he was talking about per capita, and that it was,
Per capita spending,
so
maybe.
Okay.
I mean, well, we can look into, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, we also spend the money to support the community. And I would hope that we would continue to put the community first and foremost with every decision we make.
Yep.
But we'll look into that.
Well, it's budget season, so
Yeah, come to
the
meetings.
budgets are all public, so the public is encouraged to look at where the expenditures are slated for the upcoming year and make comment about if they agree with that or disagree with it. So the budgets, like I said, we're in budget season right now, so like, please look at those budgets and
Okay.
going forward, comments are welcome.
Love
Okay.
comments.
And for anybody listening, if they want to see that, you can just go into Google and type Telluride budget 2026 and it'll take you right to our documents.
Or hang out this afternoon.
Or
'cause-
we'll
Yeah.
talk about it at 2 or
Yeah.
2 o'clock this
Yeah,
afternoon.
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room. Tiffany, do we have anybody online for public comment today?
No, I'm not seeing it. It's raised online today.
Great. We are going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions today.
Michael Saffler did have his hand up, but maybe he changed his
Yeah.
mind.
You want to double check, Tiffany?
Michael, I'm gonna unmute you if you wanted to give public comment. Just unmute yourself. If not, we'll just wait a second. I don't see him unmuted. Oh, there he goes.
You're giving
Michael,
me
you're
the option
unmuted.
to speak?
We can barely
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yes?
We can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me. I was afraid of that. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, but
A little bit. We've got our volume maxed. Tiffany just double checked it.
Yeah, something's wrong with the speaker. That's what I was getting an indication. That's why I put my hand down. So it's okay. We'll do without.
Okay.
I can,
Yeah.
we can,
We can hear
yeah.
you. We can hear you enough.
Try, we can try. It might be challenging, but we can try.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. There was a suggestion of some sort, and I'm not sure that I fully understood what Min was saying at the senior lunch yesterday about some sort of a community council, not a council, but a committee that she was thinking might be able to make themselves available on various proposals that are before the town. And I was looking for further clarification about that.
I don't think, I mean, this isn't really, I feel like we've had this conversation that public comment can't really be this back and forth, but what I have stated in other public meetings, and I did bring up at the senior luncheon as well, is the idea of having advisory committees on matters of importance to the community so that we do get a more well-rounded opinion and stakeholder involvement in the decisions that we're making. I mentioned that at a budget meeting in regards to housing specifically, if anybody wants to go back and listen to that. But I think, what I was expressing is that we are very aware that the community wants other forms of input, that they do not feel that the public meetings and public comment suffice. And I am looking forward to working with this council to create those pathways so that everyone can participate at the level they feel comfortable. But more to come, but I can certainly work over the next few weeks to ensure that we can bring something forward to the public with the new council for discussion.
Great. I hope that's something that's pursued and not just on housing issues. And that might be a way to get around some of the reaction that you're getting from town these days.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We also have open seats on council and would encourage concerned community members to join us in making decisions as well, where you don't have to be a separate part of a committee. You could literally sit here.
A committee deciding things. And you could find.
That's right. Yeah. And Michael, is that it? You do have more time?
I think you got muted.
Okay, great. Okay, that officially wraps up the public comment for today. That brings us to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming October 20th through 26th Friends of the Library Week.
Woohoo! Yay.
I still have to read it. A proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, designating October 20th through 26th, 2025 as Friends of the Library Week. This is proclamation number 5, series 2025. Whereas the Friends of the Library of the Town of Telluride raise awareness and promote community support for the resources, services, and programs offered by our public library. And whereas the work of the Friends strengthens and enhances library services, ensuring that our library remains a vital center of learning, connection, and culture. And whereas the Friends' contributions enable the library to expand programming, update collections, and improve facilities beyond what the regular budget allows. And whereas through their volunteerism and advocacy, the Friends of the Library demonstrate the essential role libraries play in fostering literacy, lifelong learning, and highlights the fact that our library is the cornerstone of the community. And whereas Friends of the Library Week provides an opportunity for elected officials, library staff, and citizens to recognize the dedicated efforts of these volunteers who support and promote our library year-round. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Telluride Town Council do hereby proclaim the week of October 20th through 2025 as Friends of the Library Week in the town of Telluride, and urge all residents to join me in expressing sincere appreciation to the Friends of the Library for their commitment to enriching our community through their ongoing support of our public library, proclaimed this 21st day of October 2025.
Yay!
I don't know if anybody is online or here from the library or not, but that's okay. That will bring us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions, current board openings. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, November 17th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, November 25, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, and 1 seat is being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And that brings us to agenda item 4B. We have Tiffany Kavanaugh on the hot seat for the Historical and Architectural Review Commission. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term.
Thank you, Mayor. Clerk Miller is at a conference right now, so I'm presenting this on her behalf, but just wanted to start by clarifying that the alternate seat is what was advertised for this meeting. The vacancy list that you just read, we just started advertising the regular seat vacancies starting this meeting. And so I just wanted to start that with clarification that that's why you don't see any regular seat applications on this meeting, but on future agendas, that's when those will be considered. So we do have an application from Elitza Moldanova, who has served on HARC for the last 2 years. Seems like she's been on HARC longer than that, but she's up for reappointment and she has reapplied. She served since October of 23. Her attendance is included in the staff memo. And if you choose to reappoint her to the alternate seat, the term would be, we recommend a 2-year term effective October 24th. And she is here in the room if you have any questions for her.
Great, Tiffany. Thank you very much. Elitza, thank you very much for applying today. If you would like to say something about your candidacy, you can, but you also do not have to.
Sure.
We'll make you step up to a microphone so that the listening audience can hear you.
Hello, and thank you so much for this opportunity to come and meet you and speak. It has been interesting and somewhat challenging to be on HARC, that's for sure, but it's also rewarding for me to be participating in the future of this town that I love and has given so much to me. And I would like to continue and serve the community on an alternate seat. And if possible, I would like to apply for a 1-year term, if you would consider that. If not, I'll stick around with a 2, but I would feel more comfortable with a 1-year term.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Any questions for Elitza or Tiffany? Is there anyone in the audience? Bob?
Hi there, Council. Bob Mather, HARC board member now for 3 years, I think, in November. When Elitza joined us, she's a bit of a shy person, and it took a while for her to speak up and make her points known to us. I do remember one time when I said something and she said, "I disagree with Bob." I'm going, yes, that's great. Because we need different opinions on the board. And I think it's wonderful. I'd love to see her for 2 years if you're so inclined. And I think she'll continue to do a great job. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bob. Anybody else in the room for any commentary on this appointment? Is there anybody online, Tiffany? Okay. Unless there aren't any further questions of council, I would entertain a motion for either 1 or 2 years.
Well, I think if you'd like 1 year, I think the motion should be for 1 year. Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Change
Thank you.
to-
We're gonna be like, it's 5 years. You're here with us forever.
I move to appoint Elitza Moldanova to an alternate seat on HARC for a 1-year term effective October 24th, 2025.
A second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
And yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes. Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, you are approved unanimously. Thank you so much for your service to Town of Telluride. And best of luck at HARC in the next year.
Thank you so much. much.
That brings us to agenda item number 5, consent calendar. I tested everyone has read the minutes of the budget meetings and the regular meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Mian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. That gets us to public hearing, agenda item number 6. 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Article 9 International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition to adopt renewable energy. And we have Kristen, Sam, and Tommy. Do we have Sam and Tommy? Or are you on your own for this one?
Actually, I think this one hopefully is going to be very brief and quick. It's the second reading, so I think it's just me. But as you all know from our last town council meeting and prior, you previously adopted the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code as contained in Chapter 15 of the Building Regulations of the Telluride Municipal Code. The publication date was September 14, 2025. The proposed ordinance amends the 2024 IECC to include language pertaining to renewable energy that was unintentionally omitted, thereby codifying Town of Telluride existing practices that have been in place for many years within the updated energy code, consistent with the same amendment adopted in association with the town's previous energy code. So this is the second reading. A final version of the proposed ordinance was attached in your packet, and no revisions were requested by Town Council during the first reading on September 30, 2025. And you have the amendment there and a proposed motion.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions of council for Kristen? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that has any public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you double check online for me, please?
Seeing none.
So there's no public comment on this. Seeing no further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Article 9 International Energy Code, International Energy Conservation Code, IECC 2024 edition of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code Building Regulations for the purposes of adopting a renewable energy amendment.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to 6B, and Kristen remains in the hot seat. And this is a consideration of a request for approval of an extension of the vesting period of property rights per Land Use Code Section 5-208 for 214 South Fir Street that expires on December 14th, 2025.
Yes, thank you very much. Give me just a moment to pull up my slides.
Oh, hang on, I thought you were sharing your screen.
Oh, sure. Okay, so this is a request for an extension of vested property rights for 214 South Fir. The applicant's request is for town council approval of a 3-year extension of the vested property rights for large-scale new mixed-use construction in the commercial zone district. I'm going to walk you through the history of this project really quickly, and then bring you to the decision-making for town council. Okay, so we went over the basics already, site significance and context. This is in the commercial zone district and the warehouse commercial treatment area. It's located within the THLD. There's a house that's non-contributing without qualifications and a shed non-contributing without qualifications. Sorry, with qualifications for the house, without qualifications for the shed currently on the property. There are several other historic structures in the near vicinity. So the project history, its review history. The original CA number 11062 for a large-scale project was issued on 12/15/22 and is due to expire on 12/14/25. The CA was modified through the CA amendment process under CA amendment number 1 dated 9/27/23, but that CA amendments do not extend the expiration dates of CAs. For a development approved under the historic and architectural review provisions of Article 7 of Telluride's Land Use Code, A certificate of appropriateness is granted for a period of 3 years. The land use code authorizes the granting of an extension for up to 3 years, and extensions are granted by the reviewing body which granted the initial final approval if all the criteria are met. I'm walking you through this history to bring you up to speed on HARC's determination on the CA extension, which then sort of precedes your decision-making today. So HARC extension of the certificate of appropriateness at their regular meeting on October 15th, 2025, HARC unanimously voted 5-0 to extend the original CA by adding 3 years to the December 14, 2025 expiration date. Based on the following findings, the applicant had demonstrated a legitimate need to delay the start of construction, and the activity is consistent with the current 2024 design guidelines and design considerations, and the application was submitted more than 2 months prior to the expiration of the original CA. Those are the criteria for HARC to issue their 3-year extension, which they did, and the expiration date for the certificate of appropriateness is now December 14, 2028. So now we're on to the extension of vested property rights that I'm here before you to address. In addition to the initial 3-year approval for a large-scale CA, the land use code also provides for a 3-year vested property right period to develop a property under the terms and conditions of a site-specific development plan approved by the town, in this case, the CA. So during that 3-year period, the project is not subject to changes in the land use code. And just to remind everyone, including the public, the establishment of a vested property right does not preclude the application of ordinances or regulations that are general in nature and applicable to all properties subject to land use regulation by the town, such as fee assessments, building and fire codes, water and sewer codes, etc. So if you extend the vesting, you are not precluding them from those important other regulatory, more general in nature regulatory items of the town. So extension of the vested property right for this project by town council would preclude any zoning or land use action by the town of Telluride, which would alter, impair, or diminish the development or use of the property as set forth in the approved site-specific development plan. So the applicant has made this request based on a number of factors, including the size of the project, the current economic cycle that has negatively affected the real estate market, high interest rates, and exceptionally high construction prices. Per Land Use Code Section 5208K2, a recommendation by the HARC chair is required in order for town council to be considering this request. And on October 15, at a properly noticed regular meeting of HARC, the HARC chair recommended that this request to extend the vested property right associated with the CA by an additional 3 years be considered by town council. So upon approval by town council, a vested property right can be extended beyond the initial 3-year vesting period when deemed in the public interest and when warranted in light of all relevant circumstances, including but not limited to size and phasing of the development, economic cycles, and market conditions. So staff findings and recommendation. The applicant has demonstrated a legitimate need to delay construction. The applicant has described unforeseen circumstances that have arisen, including high interest rates, high construction costs, and a regional shortage of qualified contractors. The applicant also notes that the current economic cycle has negatively affected the real estate market. The size of the project is also a factor, as you would have seen in the packet. It's a large-scale project, mixed use, and the request meets the criteria for the granting of a vested property right extension, and a 3-year extension is a reasonable request given the factors outlined above and the large-scale nature of the project. So that's the staff findings. And also, extension of the vesting in concert with the recently approved CA extension will provide the applicant with the time needed to move this large-scale project forward. So your determination today as town council, you have the following options when taking action on this request. You can approve, as the applicant requested, a 3-year extension. You can approve the extension for a lesser period of time, or you could deny the request. In this case, the certificate of appropriateness is still extended until December 14, 2028, but the vested property rights will expire on December 14, 2025. I included a proposed motion in your packet, and I will let the applicant share more about their request and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning. One other reason we're requesting this is initially the language of Citizens Petition 300 was just unclear, and we weren't sure if it's going to apply. We still don't know 100%. That's another reason. I know this isn't common, in the past, but it's a good idea. And I'll give you an example why. We had got our initial approval from HARC, and we were in our vesting period, and the housing regulations changed. I think that housing mitigation went from 60% to 90% for the residential development. If that was applied to this project, it would have completely changed everything in our housing mitigation plan, added more parking. It would have basically destroyed the project. So that's one reason of many, when you do have big zoning changes like that, to keep and have an extended vesting period. And so we're asking for those reasons, and it's sound. Otherwise, if you grant the approval and some rules change in a major way, then what you've relied on for your approvals, is really no good. So we appreciate your time and consideration, and glad to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. Does council have any questions for the applicant or Kristen?
I have a question for Kristen. What happens if after 3 years, the construction still doesn't commence? Are they able to come back and apply for another 3-year term, or is that just the end of the?
Yes, there are, I'd be hesitant to say it's something we should consider often perhaps, but they can apply for an additional extension of the CA, which has happened in limited cases in the past. And at the same time, they could come to town council and ask for that extension as well. But that they would both have to come back before HARC for the CA extension and back before you for any vesting of property rights extension.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience, since this is a public hearing, that has any comments? Tiffany, are there any hands raised online? Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the request to extend the vested property rights associated with Certificate of Appropriateness number 11062 for 214 South Fir by an additional 3 years to December 14th, 2028, based on the findings contained in the staff memorandum dated October 21st, 2025, with the following findings. An extension of the vested property rights is in the public interest and warranted in light of all relevant circumstances, including but not limited to size and phasing of the development, economic cycles, and market conditions.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
That discussion.
Yeah, maybe we need to. Can you?
But we can, since we don't have a quick second, we can open this up for discussion, because obviously some people want to
It's
discuss.
very quiet, so
It just got very quiet. That's right. We will table that motion for now,
I can withdraw it.
and we can, either way, I mean,
Okay.
we'll get to that point once we have the discussion. I mean, I could start, it seems that, for what we have in policy place for the allowable circumstances to request that 3-year extension, were met. I think that if we as a council don't agree with those conditions, that's another discussion for another time. If we feel that those a down real estate market, for example, or whatever, if there's other things at play here that you'd like to discuss that give some hesitancy for at least that second to get us to a vote, we can share that as well. Dan?
Thanks. Just a few thoughts on my side. I mean, a lot of this hinges on a couple key phrases within our land use code. The most pertinent one is deemed in the public interest. Does allowing this extension meet that need of public interest? I don't know that I have opinion one way or other, to be honest on that. I also noted to myself when reviewing this application of there has been significant real estate development in the town in the last 3 years. And so to be able to put this all on a tough market, I don't know that I am fully on board with that argument. But I do also want to weigh that against, I don't see there any big harm in approving this as well. And I don't know that it takes away from public benefit by allowing an extension of it. So I have some mixed feelings on it. And I think that's I feel more comfortable having expressed that, voting in favor of it, and once we eventually get there, want to hear from the rest of council, but it does seem a bit of a stretch in my mind to say that this is a public or in the public interest.
Yeah.
Or that you can blame all these specific factors when there's clear evidence that other people have been able to accomplish it. Again, I'm fine leaving well enough alone, and I don't think it harms anything, and I'm likely going to vote in favor of an extension. Thank you.
Dan, thank you. It's funny you brought that up. That was I could agree with a lot of their comments, but the one that as a 25-year real estate broker in Telluride that I couldn't necessarily agree with was a down market. Yes, is it a little bit off from the high of COVID, which set records? Sure, but it's still a pretty healthy market, and it's always going to fluctuate up and down. So, and for me, it's less of a, you start arguing the semantics of it. For me, that's more of I'm not sure that's a qualification for our process to approve it versus why the applicant's here today. But we have more hands up. Mian?
I feel really similar to Dan in that I don't particularly see harm in extending this for 3 years. However, I fundamentally disagree with the reasoning. I don't see this as being in the public interest whatsoever. I think it's a beautiful building. I think it's a beautiful development, but I don't think there's any public benefit to it that I can see. I also think high interest rates, high construction costs, and a regional shortage of qualified contractors is something that has been consistent over many years at this point. And so I don't necessarily see those as being key determinants for this whatsoever. So again, similar to Dan, like I don't have a problem with granting this extension, but I'm looking for a legitimate reason to do so.
Great. Thank you, Mian. Ashley?
I mean, I'll kind of weigh in on why I didn't have an issue putting forth a motion to approve this. I think that, yeah, we do see there is development and stuff happening in town, but as we know, the current building that you see right now is reflective of conditions that are many years prior to that. It's not like it just happens immediately, as we know. So I feel like right now, I believe that there is a slowing in the market. It's not catastrophic. We're not in any sort of crazy recession, but I do think that there has been a reduction in economic, movement, whether it's because of uncertainty or whatever is happening in the world globally that makes people kind of, wait. Perhaps they're waiting for promised lower interest rates, things like that. So I felt, and based on, what the project as it was presented, felt like a 3-year extension after they'd gone through this process didn't seem outrageous. And so that was why I felt like it was something that I would move to approve. So
Great.
that was basically it.
Eleanor, Geneva, you don't have to chime in, but you can if you like.
Yeah, I think I would kind of agree with Mian and Dan where I'm not like against voting for this extension, but it's not something that we see a lot. And so I'm kind of wondering like why this is coming up, and someone in agreement that I do wonder about the factors that played into needing the extension, but at the same time, I'm not opposed to it. I think the public benefit part is a bit of a stretch, but that doesn't make me dislike the project or like want to vote against it. I just think that's worth calling out that I don't see a huge public benefit here. And I think the fact that Hark approved the extension like speaks to me. If they see this project as still appropriate, I don't see any reason to go against their determination with this extension.
Great. Thank you. Geneva will give you an opportunity. I mean, perfect. Okay. With that further discussion, we do have a motion on the table. Ashley, do you stand by or do you withdraw?
Will maintain my motion.
Okay. So we do have a standing motion to approve from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Dan seconds.
And we have a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and no.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved with 1 no vote.
Thank you.
That brings us to public hearing item 6C, consideration of approval of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting the 2026 budget, including the general fund, debt service fund, restricted fund, energy mitigation fund, capital improvement fund, street bridge and alley fund, reserve capital improvement fund, water fund, wastewater fund, Sunnyside fund, Shandoka fund, Virginia Placer fund, parking enterprise fund, open space fund, transportation fund, conservation trust fund, affordable housing fund, airline guarantee fund, town lodgers tax fund, child development fund, health reserve fund, and the 5-year capital improvement plan, levying general debt and museum property taxes for the year 2025 to be collected in 2026 to help defray the costs of government and to fund debt service obligations of the town of Telluride for the 2026 budget year, and adopting the town council 2026 goals and objectives. And we have Kaylee and Zoe to present.
Thank you. This should go fairly quickly since we have already gone into detail on those funds that were just listed out there.
Yeah.
Today, we will be going over our budget timeline again, an overview of all of our funds, total revenues and expenses, an overview of the major funds, and then our enterprise funds. We started the 2026 budget process at a staff level on July 24th with the director's budget retreat. We were able to condense all of those fund meetings into just 2 budget workshops this year, which seemed to work well. And now, almost 3 months later, we are here with adopting the budget. This is just an overview of all of our funds, and the beginning fund balance for all funds is $57 million. Total revenues for all the funds of almost $68 million, total expenses of 91 million, and then leaving an ending fund balance for all funds of $34 million. And you can see here that for revenues and expenses, our major funds include the general fund, capital fund, affordable housing fund, water and wastewater funds. As far as revenues go, the general fund has 29% of the total revenues, capital fund 13%, and affordable housing fund 10% of total revenue. So going into those funds. And also the expenditures, the general fund has 23% of total expenses, capital fund 11%, affordable housing 14%, and then water and wastewater 11% and 8%. For the general fund, our goal is to have a reserve fund balance of 25%. The presented 2026 budget has a reserve fund balance of 67%. So we're, sorry, the goal is 30% in the general fund. So we're well over that goal. With an ending fund balance of $12 million, we have been able to build this fund balance up over the past couple of years. And then a change in fund balance of $1.17 million when we remove the emergency one-time expenses and a 4-year vacancy loss average. We're at about a $200,000 loss, which staff feels good about. We have included a 3% increase in the sales tax for 2026 compared to 2024, and our taxes do make up a large part of the revenues that come into the general fund. Sales tax is the largest, and then property tax is another large one. And as Zoe mentioned earlier, this mill levy is capped at a 7% increase annually compared to the prior year. We expect business license revenue to stay strong and remain flat compared to the 2025 budget, and then revenues related to building permits to remain strong also, with just a decrease of about 15%. As far as the 2026 expenses that affect all the funds, we've included a 2% market increase effective January 3rd, 2026, and a 3% merit increase on July 4th for all town staff. Labor costs account for 57.57% of the total general fund budget, and that stays around that percentage every year, but makes up a large portion of the expenses in the general fund. We've included additional FTEs in the general fund, a senior planner, a facilities maintenance supervisor, which is also allocated to the enterprise funds as well, and then a part-time seasonal special events coordinator. And we've increased the health accruals this year based on preliminary numbers for our insurer. We did not increase them for the 2025 budget.
And Kaylee, I think we missed one of our FTEs for a communications coordinator part-time.
Yes, that's in the town lodgers tax
thank
fund,
you.
but that is another FTE that was added. For the capital fund, it is mainly funded by that 3% real estate transfer tax. Our goal in this fund is to have a reserve fund balance of 25%. We have a budgeted ending fund balance for 2026 of 2.5 million or 42%, so we're well over that. And we went over all those projects in detail at the last meeting, so I don't think we need to go over those again. The Street Alley and Bridge Fund is funded mainly by a transfer from the capital fund and then budgeted with an ending fund balance of 0. Our Reserve Capital Improvement Fund was created in 2023, and we budgeted revenues of almost $2.9 million for 2026 and an ending fund balance of $6.2 million. The gondola project development was moved into this fund for 2025 from the capital fund. And that's the only project expense that's coming out of this fund for 2025 and 2026. The Affordable Housing Fund is another one of our major funds and has several healthy revenue sources coming into it. The same as the general fund, we've included a 3% increase for sales tax revenue compared to 2024 for the 2026 budget. And then the short-term rental excise tax of 2.5%. We've included a 5% increase in the 2026 budget compared to 2024. And this fund is also budgeted with an ending fund balance of 0. The fund balance is put to that affordable housing set aside account. And that's about $12 million for 2026. We'll move on to our enterprise funds, which consist of the water and wastewater fund, 4 housing funds, which include Shandoka, Virginia Placer, Sunnyside, and Voodoo, and then our parking fund. And these funds are run more like a business, and they're funded by user charges such as rent, late fees, or utility charges. For the water and wastewater fund, we've included a 5% rate increase for 2026 on both of these utilities. For 2026, the water fund is using $3.9 million of the fund balance, which comes from debt that was issued in 2024 to replace some of our aging infrastructure, leaving an ending fund balance of $1 million. The wastewater fund is also using some of its fund balance in the amount of $2.6 million, which also comes from debt that was issued in 2019. Leaving an ending fund balance of $6.6 million. And for the parking fund, we have budgeted revenues fairly conservatively, hoping that they come in higher than that, using $335,000 of this fund balance, and then a capital expense for Lot L of $500,000 is included in this fund. The Telluride Housing Authority funds, which consist of Shandoka, Virginia Placer, Sunnyside, and Voodoo. For the 2026 budget, a 9% increase in rents has been included to align with AMI and calculated at a reduced multiplier of 25% for the older Shandoka buildings and 27% for all the other properties. And then a 5% increase for the boarding house. That's it for the budget. I don't know if Zoe wants to say anything about the goals and objectives.
Sure. Do you want to pause for questions on the budget and then I can jump into goals and objectives, or do you want me to keep going?
I think it's probably good to tackle the budget first.
Okay.
Any questions from council in regard to the budget? I know we've had great discussions at it, so not surprised that we don't have any questions. It is we do take public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on the public hearing for the approval of the 2026 budget? Seeing none in the room. Tiffany, are there any hands raised? Seeing none. So I think seeing no questions for you, Kaylee, I think we can do goals and objectives.
So obviously, a lot of what Kaylee just displayed is from our goals and objectives that council has identified. We try to be very transparent in what we're trying to accomplish next year, and that is why it is a very lengthy document of all the action items included. Through the initial, our very first meeting on August 12th, when we had our first discussion on goals and objectives, 13 additional goals and objectives have been incorporated into the draft. These reflect direct council input as well as staff's efforts to provide greater clarity and alignment with budget allocations, specifically in association with some of the action items. So as a reminder, we are currently at 83 action items spanning 19 goal categories across those 5 focus areas. Of these, 50 build on initiatives from previous years, 26 represent new efforts, and 7 are anticipated to carry over from 2025. This is just looking at our previous years on where we fell into action items. So we do have less than our previous years, but still accomplishing a lot. And this is not encompassing everything our staff does, but a lot of things that we that have budget impacts, staff time impacts, or community impacts that feel of note. So with that, I'll open it up to questions or further discussions on the goals and objectives.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Council, any questions for Zoe on our goals and objectives?
You just, if people are listening and want to take a look at those, what's the easiest way for them to find it on our website?
Sure, you can, I feel like we're going to doing Google, even though Lindsay does a great job with our bit.lys, but if you Google Town Council Goals and Objectives, it's on the Council Goals and Objectives page. It's also within, if you look in here, this packet, it's attached as a memo, but after council adopts it, it will be updated on that Council Goals and Objective page. And then, as you'll see, we do quarterly updates through ClearGov, which is our platform on how we are accomplishing those goals as well for that transparency piece. Is there a bit.ly link? What is it? What is it?
/TOT goals.
/TOT goals.
Awesome.
Perfect.
I just thought that was worth repeating. Thank you for indulging me.
Yep. And since we don't have any questions from council, if there's anyone in the room that has any questions on this, we would entertain that.
I don't have a question, but I mean, if you take the time, if the, community that's listening takes the time to go through, you'll see a lot of them are multi-year projects that's like requires us to continue working them forward. There's a few things that are new, but a lot of this just kind of illustrates how long it takes us to get things done. So I would encourage everyone to review, because these goals and objectives really are like the framework for the work that then the council takes on throughout the year. So I know it's kind of boring to read stuff and go through budgets and everything, but like if you really want to connect the dots, if we're like, the buzzword right now is transparency. You want to connect the dots with everything that town council is doing. I feel like these 2 pieces, the budget and then connecting it back to goals and objectives, is the easiest way to draw those connections about where we're going and what our goals as stated are.
Thank you.
That's my comment.
And as we have outlined in the memo, and I think that's really important, these build off of a lot of either plans that took a lot of time or community input that has drawn from this. So we do try to connect those dots within the language of the goals more and more as well, like per the master plan and the Southwest area plan, or per the town park plan. So trying to connect those dots even further.
Yep. And we didn't have any comments in the room, but was there anyone with their hand raised online, Tiffany? Is there any further discussion from council? Now I would entertain a motion.
A lot of pages.
Where is it?
I move to approve the 2026 goals and objectives as presented. No?
We would start
Or
with
start with budget. I was gonna combine them both at the same time, sorry.
Resolution has goals in it, so if you just read the title of resolution, that will encompass the goals and objectives too.
Now I'm going back to. I withdraw my motion. A lot today.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting the 2026 budget, including the general fund, debt service fund, restricted fund, energy mitigation fund, capital improvement fund, street out, bridge and alley fund, reserve capital improvement fund, water fund, wastewater fund, Sunnyside fund, Shandoka fund, Virginia Placer fund, parking enterprise fund, open space fund, transportation fund, conservation trust fund, affordable housing fund, airline guarantee fund, town lodgers tax fund, child development fund, Health Reserve Fund, and the 5-year capital improvement plan, and levying general debt and museum property taxes for the year 2025 to be collected in 2026. To help defray the costs of government and to fund the debt service obligations of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride for the 2026 budget year, and adopting the Town Council 2026 goals and objectives.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan. Nice work, Dan, by the way. And a second from me. And Dan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you very much. Zoe, thank you very much.
And thank you to all of our staff for all of their work to put into this very lengthy process.
That's a good point. Staff did a wonderful job. That brings us to agenda item number 7, action items. 7A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain fees and charges for the fiscal year 2026. And Kaylee is still in the hot seat.
Thank you. We had only a few requests from staff this year for changes in fees for 2026. Our water and wastewater tap fees have been increasing 5% each year, which was approved by ordinance in 2011. The dump fees, septic dump fees and porta potty dump fees are increasing as a direct result of the increase in cost for hauling these from the wastewater treatment plant. An adjustment in the construction parking permit fee from $150 to $100 per quarter per vehicle to streamline the process through online platforms and hopefully encourage greater compliance and utilization. And then the final rate change is the childcare tuition to $78 per day to align with other daycares in the region.
Great. Any questions for Kaylee? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that has a comment on this action item? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you double check on hands raised? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council on this resolution and approval, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain fees and charges for the 2026 fiscal year.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you so much. Great job. It is very much appreciated. That brings us to action item 7B, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 147 South Tomboy Street, the White House, Unit 2A, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado. And we have Zoe on this one.
Okay, I'm now scrolling through my packet. One moment, but this is obviously first right of refusal coming to council. The homeowner did identify that they have a buyer, and the rest of the information for you is in the packet. And he's here to
Great,
comment.
Carl is here. How's Teddy, by the way, Carl? All right, excellent.
Carl.
We're just gonna make you step up to the mic.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here, guys. And coincidentally, I was here just about a year ago in a similar situation. We were trying to sell our place and sale kind of fell apart. Anyway, same situation this year. We're under contract for a place in Lawson. Luckily, it's a 3-bedroom. Now we're a family of 3, and we'd like to sell to a local ski patroller, Catherine Devlin. She's been in deed restricted housing in a small place renting. She's been a qualified renter since 2011. So she's looking for a little bigger place. All of her paperwork is in at the housing authority, although I suspect she needs an exemption and she'd be willing to live with a roommate. It seems to line up really well for what we need and what the town needs. So thanks for hearing me. And I hope you'll consider that for this sale. We, because of the, understand our finances are tight. So our sale is contingent on selling 2A. There's no way to move forward with the sale until 2A sells. So hopefully Catherine can do it quickly. That's our goal. And we're still open to the idea of town of Telluride having, if it didn't work out, that could be a great second plan, like a plan B. But I was hoping that we could kind of line it up with Catherine in the first place, if that's all right with you all.
Great.
And I'll just provide, the town does have to either accept the first right of refusal or pass on the first right of refusal. So there isn't like a second chance to meet that deadline of first right of refusal, which is required by the 28th of October.
Okay.
Just so you know, but
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Any questions for Zoe? Do you have anything else to add, Zoe, before we discuss it?
I don't.
I mean, I'd like to pass on this. He's got a buyer, so.
I'm totally down with passing on this one. Absolutely.
Fine with me.
Fine with me as well.
No objection.
Okay. So
No motion.
no motion. We can just move on, Kevin?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, then
So,
the resolution would just be if you want to acquire.
okay, so great. So we will have no resolution for this and decline our option to purchase White House 2A at 147 South Tomboy. Carl, congratulations, hopefully for moving forward on your house in Lawson. We'll miss you as a town of Telluride resident, but we're psyched for Kat as well. That brings us to action item 7C, consideration of adoption of a resolution to the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 323 Adams Ranch Road, Outlaws at Prospect Creek, Unit 8B. That's in the Mountain Village, Colorado, people. And that's located within the town of Mountain Village, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Zoe's here to explain why.
Yeah, so this is a mitigation unit that we acquired that is in the Outlaws at Prospect Creek. We do have a first right on this unit that is the deadline to exercise is October 31st, why it's here to you now. Seller's preference, if they do have an identified buyer, you have their comments within the memo of that as well. So I will leave it up to you for that discussion.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe on this one? I mean, I'm okay letting this one go too.
Same.
I don't think we should.
Yeah, take that if they, yep.
Great.
Okay, perfect. So, Kevin, that's enough of direction for you. There will be no motion and we will not exercise our first right of refusal for 323 Adams Ranch Road, Outlaws at Prospect Creek, Unit 8B. That brings us to agenda item number 8, Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go out of Telluride Town Council into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
We have a motion from Elena. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second from me. And Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Candies.
And Teddy, yes, we approved unanimously to go into the Telluride Housing Authority. And for the last time,
Second
Okay.
last time.
Got
Oh, no,
Last time on the radio.
last time on the radio, but for the last time at town council, right? That's
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. We're gonna call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. It is 2:20 PM. We are live in Rebecca Hall as well as on Zoom as part of the regular town council meeting today. Roll call, we can start with Anna.
Ellen 11.
Teddy Erico.
BNP.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
And all right.
And I'm Geneva Shawnette, the chair of this committee. Number one, we have approval of minutes. Does anybody have any comments on the minutes, or can we get those approved?
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Ashley, second from Teddy. How do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
And yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. We'll move on to number two, new business. Item A, consideration of a joint resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride and the Telluride Housing Authority amending the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines following biennial review. And Ally is going to help us hopefully wrap this up.
Yes, hopefully wrap this up. Thank you, Geneva. So the staff memo follows a very familiar format that you've seen as we've discussed this over the last 6 months at both the subcommittee and the board level. The focus of today's presentation is going to be on, just for the public, a review of all changes that have been proposed and recommended so far, with just an update on the items that were recommended for further revision after the October 2nd meeting, I believe it was, before the board. There were a few items specifically with respect to on-call work hours and income that needed to be tweaked. However, the rest of the document remains the exact same that you saw at the last meeting, where we went over change by change, page by page, and said, yes, no, this needs further amendment. So the red line that I've provided reflects all of those changes. The clean version that is attached to the resolution reflects all those changes accepted. So again, and I know we're all a little sick of looking over these, but it is really important to keep in mind the goals of the Affordable Housing Program as we propose changes to the Affordable Housing Program guidelines. So once again, these are the goals that we put together during the last process where we amended the guidelines in 2023. We put together 4 goals that we really wanted to keep in mind over the next decade or so as this document continues to change and continues to get better to meet the needs of the community. So providing affordable employee housing, promoting economic diversity within the Telluride community, ensuring ongoing affordability of housing units, and of course, providing for clear, fair, and consistent administration of the housing programs. The first 3, the prior documents, have done a very good job of making sure the program works in that respect. However, this last one is something that we've really been focusing on over the last couple of guidelines review processes, just to make sure that there is as much transparency as possible as to how these processes work and how the guidelines will be administered and enforced. And that theme continues during this process. So here's what we really needed to talk about today. And this is what has changed after, and it was October 1st, THA board work session. So you'll see in the red line that was provided that there were additional revisions to the definition of on-call work hours, as well as how those hours are going to be treated. There were several discussions that we had at the board level. That was not an item that we thought was going to be contentious, but that turned out to be an item that was discussed at length. So I'm hopeful that this new language and the new red line reflects those desires that you showed at that last meeting. There were also revisions to the definition of income to provide clarity on the treatment of different sources of income and how income is going to be calculated. So the new red line also reflects those changes. However, and I just discovered this yesterday, there is one post-packet revision, and it is also within the definition of income, and it's just a clarification. So on this next slide, this is the full red line. So this shows both the changes that are in the current red line that you have and additional changes that I made. Those additional changes are mostly under earned income bullet 1 to delete disability, alimony, and child support from that line. And to make sure that Social Security retirement is specifically called out as being earned income. The disability, alimony, and child support we already discussed at the last meeting and is now being moved down to unearned income. There was a question before that even if it was earned income, was it earned income within the R1 school district? So we're not treating this again necessarily any differently. The question is still out there. How are we supposed to treat this? These revisions answer that question. it is going to be unearned income. Before, for the most part, we treated it as earned income, but still not earned income from employment within the district. So it's still counted against a household. It's now just being placed fully within that unearned income bucket. So do I have any questions? Yes, Mian.
What if, I mean, if the disability is related to job performance in the R1 school district, then
Yep.
it still is unearned, not earned?
So we have down here unearned income. You'll see that, let's see.
Like workman's,
It's
like
where
we
the
treat it like
except,
workman's
including
comp.
without limitation, except unemployment payments or workers' compensation payments may be considered earned income if the payments are a direct result of current or former presence
Okay.
required employment
So, okay,
position.
there's a catch there.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So we do, if for some reason that disability payment or that workers' compensation payment comes as a result of a job that you are performing here in Telluride, then that could be considered earned income within the area.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. Thank you.
How do we feel? We talked about this a lot last week.
Mhm.
We're okay with this?
Yep.
Great.
Okay. So just to note, if you do decide to adopt the guidelines today, it will be guidelines with additional change as reflected in the presentation.
Okay.
So it won't be as presented in the packet, unfortunately. I apologize for catching that late. So this is the presentation that I know Mian saw at least once. These are the items that are more for the public to know. This is the presentation that I gave twice last week, just to inform the public of the changes that are proposed to be adopted through this process. And just like last time, I broke this down by the different interest groups. That way, if you're only a renter, maybe you don't care about a lot of these changes. If you're a developer, maybe none of these pertain to you. But if you're a current owner or a future owner, some of these changes you might want to hone in on. So this first slide has all the changes that really, regardless of who you are in the affordable housing program, these are the changes that you're going to want to be aware of. So this is just a bullet list of the most important provisions that we have adopted throughout these changes to the guidelines, starting with mostly new definitions. So intent to work makes this consistent with the rental policies that was previous to this iteration of the guidelines, not a definition that we had in the guidelines, but we did discuss that when adopting rental policies last year, and this is now being included in both documents for consistency. On-call and PTO hours, again, so on-call hours and PTO hours were not specifically addressed in the prior guidelines. Now we are discussing how those are going to be treated moving forward. That way there's fair treatment. Because before, someone might have been claiming PTO or on-call hours, but we didn't know they were. But now we know to tell people to report those separately, and we also know how to treat them at a staff level. The income, and there is a new income variation policy that follows what Aspen currently does. Instead of looking back at 12 months, we're instead going to look back 24 months if income varies by more than 20%. How this will be achieved, all applicants are going to be required to submit 2 years of income, but we're only going to consider the older income if there is a variation between those 2 years. So a little more onerous on staff, but at the end of the day, the goal of that provision is to make sure that we're properly placing households into the tiered buckets for purchase. There have been clarifications to the classification of earned and unearned income, just as we just discussed. Caregiver exemption was also added in, consistent with the rental policies that were adopted last year. The net asset standard has not changed, but the way that we're going to be tracking and treating trust has. So if you are the beneficiary of a trust, you're going to have to provide more documentation showing those assets and your allowed access to or control over those assets when we're looking at the net assets of a household. So there will be forms and checkboxes for that. Volunteer community service has been changed to go from a 10% allowance up to a 20% allowance, which again is consistent with what we did in the rental policies last year. There's also, it's a bit of a niche allowance, but we are going to allow uncompensated government service, which would be both county service, it could be town of Mountain Village service, it could be town of Telluride service, fire protection district service, whatever other kind of governmental boards there are in the area. If you serve on those and you are uncompensated, you will now specifically be able to achieve those hours as volunteer hours. I think we likely would have considered them volunteer hours before, but clarity is always better. So we have added that in. We have pretty robust processes now for exceptions, appeals, and notice of violation hearings. Exceptions and appeals have always been addressed in the guidelines, but notices of violation were not. However, all three now have standards of review, and the processes have just been tweaked a little bit for clarity and to make sure that there's proper documentation throughout. Any questions here? Okay. I'm almost done, I promise. Major changes for current owners. So again, just going by interest group, if you are a current owner, then these next 4 bullet points are additional provisions that you're going to want to know. So again, if you're a current owner, pay attention to that last slide, but also take a look at these next 4 bullet points. If you're a renter, you probably don't care about these next 4 bullet points, but if you want to own in the future, maybe you do want to know. So minimum standards for maximum sales price have also been tweaked just for better definitions, and also to add in the requirement for professional inspections. Staff identified this as being very important due to the aging of our units, and the condition that we've observed in several of our units when we've been performing just the staff level of inspections over the last couple of years. So it's our hope that this new professional inspection requirement is just going to have better documentation of these units and their continuing needs. And we're going to continue to monitor that situation as these units continue to turn over in the next few years and see what else might need to be changed there. Lottery, again, is something that a lot of units don't currently they're not currently required to go to lottery. However, moving forward, eventually, almost all of our units will be going for resale by lottery. So as we see these lotteries occurring more and more frequently, and just so the public knows, we have at least 2 units that are going to be going for lottery towards the end of this year, the beginning of next. We're adding in a withdrawal from the lottery prohibition, and that's for current owners who submit an intent to sell. Once we have noticed that sale and open the lottery to the public, if you're a current owner, you will not be allowed to withdraw that intent to sell until or unless you receive an exception. And that's just because there's a lot of staff time and a lot of public excitement that goes into these lotteries. And once it's been released to the public, once we've started accepting applications, spent a lot of time on this, the public is very excited about this, you should not be able to withdraw at the last moment. However, if you have a really good reason for needing to withdraw, you could always go to an exception. We have reinstated the unit sale fee. And again, we have reinstated it. So it's nothing new. It's something that was taken out for a few years, but we've put it back in just because there is going to be a lot more staff time involved in these transactions. We've also maintained the 1% fee though for NOV sales. So if you're selling as a result of an NOV, it will be 1%, approximately $3,000 if it's a $300,000 unit. Or if you're just selling because of any other reason, it would be a flat right now $500 fee, but that could go up in additional iterations of the guidelines. So in a couple of years, if that needed to go up or down, we could change that or eliminate it. The permitted capital improvement limits have also changed. So previously, 5% of original purchase price was the allowance at the staff level. Anything between 5 and 10% had to go to the subcommittee. Anything above 10% was prohibited. What we have done is we've relaxed that standard, and now anything beneath 10% of original purchase price, these are permitted capital improvements, only needs to go to staff. Anything above 10% will go to the subcommittee for review. One important point to note there, and Mian had me state this in our last informational session, is that because permitted capital improvements are specifically called out in each deed restriction, this change is only going to affect those people who are either purchasing moving forward or for any other reason executing a new deed restriction moving forward. So if you have a change in household that changes your ownership and you have to execute a new deed restriction, if you purchase a new unit, or if you just voluntarily decide that you want to come under the new guidelines and the new deed restriction template, then you will get this benefit. But if you're a current owner that already has language in the deed restriction with the 10% cap, we cannot unilaterally change that. We can change the guidelines, we cannot change deed restrictions. So major changes for future applicants. There's a 2-year lottery prohibition if you've been placed under an NOV within the last 2 years. This is really for us to incentivize really taking ownership of the guidelines and making sure that each household is ensuring that itself is compliant with the guidelines. If you are placed under an NOV and that NOV is upheld, then you will not be able to enter a lottery for 2 years. That is so that you cannot take advantage of a program that you have violated. Lottery winner notice deadline. Again, this goes along the lines of knowing that more lotteries are going to be held in the future. So we're trying to streamline this process and really hammer out the kinks before we're holding a lot more of these. So once a lottery owner or winner is notified, they'll have, I believe, 3 days to go under contract for that unit. And if they do not, then we go to the next person on the list. This is so we're not extending the deadline unnecessarily for sale to the current owner, because oftentimes that current owner is also trying to purchase a property, and we want to make sure that they can smoothly exit this program. There are no major changes for renters for this guidelines process. Again, renters are going to want to be aware of all of the bullet points on the previous slide, but there's nothing specific to renters changing in these guidelines. That's not a more general change for everyone. Similar with developers, there are no developer-specific changes. We made a lot of changes for developers in the last iteration of the guidelines. So I think we're in really good shape there when it comes to development of these units and standards of construction and mitigation. But I don't think there was anything that either staff or the subcommittee really thought was necessary for this version, but that can always come up in another couple of years. However, there are several major changes for the THA board, subcommittee, and staff, and that really goes along the lines of these new processes that we've adopted and these new standards. So the notice of violation process is, of course, now better understood in the hearing process. So that's going to help everyone, especially owners, knowing how that process is going to be carried out if you do receive an NOV. Exceptions are going to be better understood as well, just with that documentation requirement that we have, and also the expiration of exceptions. There is a requirement for professional inspections that I previously mentioned. That's also going to create quite a bit more work on staff. However, again, it's for the greater benefit of the program, just because we do know that these units are aging and we really need to have professionals in there inspecting these units and letting us know the issues that could be lingering into the future. However, again, that unit sale fee is going to offset some of these additional costs, and then staff is going to be administratively reviewing more of the permitted capital improvements, which again is meant to relax those requirements on current owners and allow them to improve their units. However, acknowledging that if they are under a current deed restriction, they're not going to get that benefit unless they update to the new deed restriction, which it's a very individual situation. Just because you're under a current deed restriction doesn't mean that you're subject to an old version of the guidelines. Again, it's a bit of a nuanced change because this is a change to the guidelines as it relates to future deed restrictions. But if you have any questions about how this could apply to you in the future and how you could come under a new deed restriction and what version of the guidelines you're subject to right now, I'm happy to answer those questions for anyone that just wants to reach out to me. So with that, any questions from THA board?
Okay. It's a lot of information. I know we're all very familiar with it, especially those of us on THA sub, but does anybody have any questions or want to add anything for the listening audience?
I would say that Ally's presentation was recorded and was great. And if anybody has any questions or wants to keep abreast of the changes that are being made, that they should look for that. And I don't know where that's stored.
Sure, we're on the website.
Lindsay? Oh, is Lindsay
Here.
here? Sorry.
I think we have a page for it too.
Yeah. But it was great. It was like very chunkable and easy to understand, which was wonderful.
A little bit slower than this last one I gave. I do want to make sure that we go over the on-call work hours, just to make sure that I did accurately capture what you said last time and how you wanted that to read. The way that it's divided right now is that those on-call work hours, if they are paid, they can count towards your presence required employment. If they are unpaid, then 25% of those can count towards your volunteer hours, which are, again, capped at 20%. However, those have to be unpaid hours for a nonprofit community organization. So if you are unpaid through a service industry job, you cannot claim those hours as either presence required or volunteer hours. But if you are paid, those could be counted as on-call work hours.
I think that that's great. I think our goal, just for the listening audience, our goal behind that clarification is just to really encourage people to volunteer and to allow more hours to be counted, so that you can qualify to own deed restricted housing. And so I think overall, this guidelines update is provided compared to our last one 2 years ago, is more about clarity and more about making it easier to qualify and easier to do improvements on your home. And making sure that the value can be realized in the sale of your home in the future, and that that these units are being maintained properly over time. There's a lot of different items that you could learn more about if you look at Ally's presentation that she just quickly went through, but I think that that's sort of like the overall summary of the updates. And Dan wants to add something as well.
To comment, I would still advocate for paid on-call hours to not be counted at 100%. I don't view them as the same as working a job that you're required to be there. You can literally be asleep. I don't believe in any instance that I'm aware of, you get paid the same rate for an on-call hour as the rate you're getting paid to do the actual job. If I'm alone on this, I don't need to fight it, but I still think they are different.
You're not alone. I was with you on this too. I think we had proposed like a 20, well, what we ended up doing with the volunteer. I can accept this the way that it is, but just for the record, that I was also in alignment with a percentage of paid on call counting, not as a full hour.
I mean, I agreed.
Yeah. I don't really know how we ended up here if we had.
I was gone for that early September meeting, and that was part of it as well.
Well, I also think that if it's a paid hour of on-call, those hours are going to be on the last W-2 or paycheck, excuse me. The last paycheck of the year is going to show how many hours you worked, and it's not going to necessarily be broken out as on-call versus quote unquote actually working.
Sure.
On call when you're, driving a fire truck is working.
And I'm not denying, I still want to count it some. I just view them as.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any way we can granularly get in there and separate those. I personally don't think we should, but I think because at the end of the day, it's hours worked that you were paid for, and that's what people are turning in at the end of the day. So rather than requiring them to submit an affidavit that is like, I just don't think.
I think that's what it came down to, is that administratively, we just couldn't figure out a way to
I
do
also
this.
think that there's I think that there's also a perception that like people were utilizing on-call hours as a way to game the system. And I feel like we've heard a lot of, community members complain about how restrictive all of our requirements are and how we're making it difficult for people to live here and have them feel like they need to go out and get additional jobs. I don't think that that's the direction that we should be going. I think that we should be keeping things as like clean and clear and tidy as possible, and not with a feeling or assumption that people are finding loopholes that are somehow letting them game the system while they're, EMTs and firefighters and, nurses and stuff like that. So I was very happy to see where we ended up with that. And I feel like we sometimes want to get so, to Mian's point, granular in this to try and like call for every type of situation that could occur. And I feel like that type of granularity ends up with us like unintentionally creating a situation where it could be more exclusive than what we're intending it to be.
I want to clarify that narrative because adding the on-call work hours was adding an additional way to gain hours. So before they weren't addressed in the guidelines and therefore like assumed that they weren't counted, it wasn't to close a loophole. I just don't want that to be the story that's being heard, because that wasn't where this came about.
Well, but before the firefighters and the EMTs, et cetera, were getting 100% credit for their on-call hours and you guys are suggesting that they should get less than 100% credit.
Because they're sleeping.
So this came about because we were seeing both. Some people weren't claiming on-call hours because they didn't know if they counted. Other people were because they thought that they did. So this is to provide clarity both ways. So all we're trying to do is classify the way that we treat on-call hours so that we can convey that to the people that we regulate and we know which bucket to place them in.
And we're including the volunteer hours now. So I just, in the way that people see these new guidelines, I just don't want it to think that we're trying to like, you know, address a loophole or something. I just think that that's a problematic way.
Well, I mean, that you might think that's problematic, but those words were said of that there was concern that people were going to be trying to game the system.
That we didn't, I don't remember that wording. So
I
maybe
do. And that's why I was like, I do. So I hear what you're saying and I'm glad that that's your intention and that's what your perspective on it. But again, I get concerned about like how long and like arduous these documents become and that people feel like they are getting pushed out or not, they're not being able to, be in affordable housing or deed restricted housing or whatever it is, because we are trying to get so granular on everything. And that's just my comment. I'm glad with where we've ended up with where it's sitting today.
You can absolutely have a discussion around that. And I think in the big picture sense, yes, I would like to make our guidelines and our policies more streamlined and easier to comprehend both for residents and staff. It seems a little convenient that this is where you bring that up, Ashley. And I think what Ellen and I, all that we are saying is working an hour waiting tables or waxing skis or being a nurse and in the medical center feels and just is different than when you're on call and you're at home. You have to be ready, and that's where it does count for something. But that to me, it just seems disingenuous to try and equate those two things and not acknowledge that there is a clear difference between the two.
You can't be working another job while you're on call with the fire department. So how it doesn't make sense to sort of be writing off as not contributing enough to the community through work hours if they physically cannot be also at a restaurant at the same time they're on call.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like
It's just the demands of the job. It is apples and oranges, but like, I don't think that it's a less of a valuable position personally.
And we don't do things like your job's more valuable, so you get a better credit versus, well, you kind of goof off at your job.
right. I think we like settled on where we settled. I think like fundamentally, I do kind of see them differently, but I think I think I just want to make sure that like the public hears that this is coming from a place of wanting people to have more opportunities to get hours that count towards their employment standard, not to penalize people who work on call. That was what I just really wanted to clarify, because I feel like that was not the intention of the subcommittee. I feel like it wasn't the intention of our THA of the full board. So, but I can accept this how it is. I understand that administratively it's complicated. It's just when that was brought up, I wanted to make my perspective clear, but I can move forward with this and I don't know that we should rehash it.
And
Great.
to both Dan and Elena's points too, we do have compliance coming up again at the end of the year, and we're going to be reworking those compliance forms soon to conform to what we've adopted in these guidelines. And part of what we do in compliance is information gathering to the extent that we're able. And I hope to have a line here that people can report the number of on-call paid hours that they worked. And if we are seeing widespread abuses there, we're seeing people claim just a ridiculous number of on-call work hours, then maybe it is an issue that needs to be capped at the next guidelines review or even sooner. But I think what we're likely to see is maybe a lot of on-call work hours claimed. I don't think it's going to be 50% of the presence required employment hours. But if for some reason we do start seeing abuses, those are the loopholes that we're trying to close. And we can always do so after this. So we're working towards the best holistic solution. I think this gets us partway there. Maybe there isn't an additional problem. Maybe there is that we'll need additional changes for. But I think this is a step in the right direction.
So I think to that extent, because I think one of the reasons I was I had some concerns and that my concerns are still the same, which is the last thing I want to do is give something and then take it away, especially given the community that I think we're going to be, that we would potentially be taking it away from. So I do just want to be very, very clear on the record that we're not sure how this is going to play out and that we may need to make adjustments. And we hope that anybody that is in those circumstances understand that this is something that this is a beta test. This is, whatever we want to call it, but that could be the case. Cause that was my concern. Same with Elena. Like, I'm fine, like letting this ride and see how this goes. But like, my concern is like, the last thing I ever want to do is take away things that we've given to, our community. So, and then I have another point, but we can kind of finish this conversation after. So we're good? Okay. Yep. We did get an email from a public comment in regards to household continuing qualifications and the income qualification standards. And it was from somebody that was posing that if they were, working for a nonprofit and they were trying to make supplemental income that was outside of the region, whether it was as a pottery Etsy store or a librarian that wrote a book, etc. What she is saying is that outside of the area income should not preclude them from being able to qualify for deed restricted housing. I don't agree with what the letter said, but I do think that it's something that needs to be sort of discussed. And so I'm just going to say how I feel really quickly, and then we can kind of go through that. But I think that we do have an exception process that if somebody is a librarian and they write a book and it's a bestseller, but not as a bestseller that can get them a free market unit, like we can go through that exception process. But I am concerned about the idea of being able to allow people, regardless of, to be able to make more money than 25% of their income outside of the community. So I think that there are units within the region that allow that. They're just not here in the town of Telluride. And I think that we need to kind of stay with the process that we already have. And did I make sense? Did
I'm glad
everyone
that you
read
brought
this?
that up, and
Okay.
I was gonna bring it up too.
Okay.
And I think I would love to address the letter because it was very well thought out.
It was lovely.
And I just wanted to add to what Mian mentioned. We do have the exception process. It only allows you to go down from 75% of your household income made within the region down to 60%. So there's some
66, I think. Sorry.
66%.
I thought it was 2/3, 67. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry.
60%.
60.
So,
Okay.
so you can come to the THA subcommittee and request, hey, I'm having big sales online of this product I make or whatever. I'm just trying to go along with an example, the example. And those are going to exceed the 25% out of the region income for the year. You can ask for an exception up to 40%. Of your household income, and it may or may not get approved. We take those on a case by case basis. But I think that, we do have those limits in place on purpose because the goals of this program are to house local workers whose presence is required in the region. So that's sort of my opinion on it. Does anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I'm really sorry. I don't think I got this letter.
It came in after the fact. It was.
Oh, yeah.
it's
Like
in-
Tiffany sent it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yesterday.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really sorry to the citizen. I did not read this letter, so I can't chime in. Sorry.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, well-
It's good intentions, but you can also see it abused. It's the same, it's a similar discussion to the last one we had. You want to have the greatest intentions to help certain folks, but then if you do it black and white, then it can be abused as well. And it puts us in a hard spot.
I don't love the word abused. I see why you're saying it, and I've used it too, but I think that people are just trying to get ahead and make money and do well for their families. And I don't think we're against that, but I think that we just have to stay focused on what the goals of the program are.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
like
fair.
Mian mentioned, there's other deed restricted homes that don't have those requirements or don't have as strict of requirements as we do in the town of Telluride. So I don't, somebody's having great online sales. If they have a side hustle, we don't want to say that they're trying to abuse the system.
Right.
And we want them to be successful, but we have to make a boundary somewhere. And no matter where we put the boundary, there's going to be people that fall outside of it that feel that it's limiting them or is unfair. And that's a really hard thing about these guidelines.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking more along with the abuse word for the examples you
Yeah.
brought up. I was thinking some other things and,
Fair.
and I won't get into it, but it's just tough, right? It's you get a letter and it cuts to the point and it makes great points, but I just don't know the answer. And I like the exception that increases the percentage. And if we see, maybe the answer is if we see a lot of exception requests over a period of time, years, 2 years, maybe we readdress it maybe.
And we can also, this is a living, breathing document. If we have 5 people in the course of 6 weeks come to us and say, this isn't working, and they all feel valid, it's not somebody trading Bitcoin or their husband works in tech or whatever it is, like we can elevate things right away to THA and say, this is something that we need to address with a temporary policy or whatever it is that we need to do. So I think that, there are solutions to address the concerns currently.
Well, and just to address the suggestion laid out in the letter, I think, we're trying to find the balance of keeping things administratively simple and straightforward. And so I think keeping the policy keeping the guideline as is written is more administratively simple. And something that I'm actually going to quote Ally here, I don't think we should make policy to fit the exception. I think we have the exception process to fit when something lies outside of our policy that we've created. And I feel like this is a really good example of that. But I do think it's a valid concern, and I understand where the situation that the person who wrote the letter is in. And I could also see if we loosen up that guideline, we can see what to use Teddy's words, abuses might look like. And so I think to kind of limit the type of loopholes that we have, to keep this in the exception policy makes sense. Because I do have people who come to me and are like, can you believe so-and-so qualifies and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, our guidelines are really strict. I don't know how someone's getting around that. So I think while I think the concern is really valid, I think we have a way to address that case by case.
Yeah. And I think we've implemented this policy on more than a few occasions at this point with community members where one spouse was working full-time in town and the other spouse took a job that was remote, and it pulls you out of compliance. And I think that, the challenges, those jobs outside of the community you do make more money. And that's why we have deed restricted housing, right? Is because we know that our incomes are not commensurate with what the needs are. And so I think the policy stands. I think the cases that she laid out are very, very valid. But I think to your point, to quote Ally's point, the policy, we're going to just keep the policy and we have the exception process in order to be able to accommodate people as best we possibly can.
Okay. Do we have any other items about these guidelines that we want to address in the moment? I think we've been over them. And if folks are sort of tuning in now and want to know more, please check out our website, or you can also call SMRHA. Compliance is coming up this winter, so definitely look into some of this info and try and get a hold of Ally's presentation, because I think it breaks it down in a really nice, easy to understand way. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve them.
I move to approve the amendments to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines following biennial review as presented with the modifications with the following modifications, which are an update to the earned and unearned income as seen in today's presentation. Oh, we didn't go to public comment. I'm going to withdraw my motion.
So there's no public
Oh,
comment
no.
required for this item. However, for town council, it is a public hearing item, so
Okay.
you will want to accept public comment
Okay,
then.
so then I keep my motion. Sorry.
All
All
right.
the hands go up like crazy.
You can also
We can take public comment.
Okay.
motion too.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can do that.
Do it that way,
So
then you can.
we have a motion from Mian.
I second.
We have a second from Dan. We'll go to public comment and we'd love to hear from Kristen as soon as Tiff is ready with her timer. So give us just one moment.
Kristen, I'm unmuting you.
Kristen, are you there?
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
We'll just give her another minute and maybe come back to her.
Oh,
There you
There you
are.
are.
We heard
there.
you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Okay, thanks. This is Kristen Permakoff. Yeah, Geneva, thanks for your service. Sorry, I'm not there in person to congratulate you on all your years and your new family member, but I'm in Denver at the moment. I would like to thank you guys for trying to create more public outreach for the changes of these guidelines. I appreciate how you're right now saying that you can check out the guidelines before the next compliance check, but you're going to approve these guidelines today. So it really doesn't give people a lot of time to respond. I know you've been working on this. I've been at every meeting, I think, since April. And I know it takes a lot of time, and thanks, Allie, for all your hard work. I do think moving forward, any changes to any guidelines there should be a lot more public process, public forums, the things you had last week at the AHA school. There were more people than there were in all the THA subcommittee meetings combined, I think. So there is an interest out there. It just depends on people's work schedules. I would ask you to, really consider the essential workers and their time, their on-call time. I think it's invaluable to our town. And I think, there's not really anything anyone can say today. You're going to approve these, and then hopefully people pay attention moving forward, and that there's more chance for public outreach. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Kristen. Next, we'll go to Mr. Tooley.
Hi, folks. I just want to, I've also been deeply following this project and want to congratulate you on work well done. There are, I think, issues of how people are treated with, but those are treated as minor. You have policies for renters and guidelines, suggestions, the legal interpretation for homeowners. But in practice, I think I trust the town of Telluride to mostly get that right and to improve itself in the future. One question in that regard, and this goes to Mayor Marty Prohaska's comments about personal tax. Don't think I'm going too far out on a limb to presume she's referring to me, as I'm just about the only person who that policy has been applied to. And you're treating renters as second-class citizens who do not have a First Amendment constitutional right. You're taking away their rights, even more so as a disabled individual. And I have been substantially mistreated by the town of Mountain Village Housing Authority, and would hope the town of Telluride can help to address that, both through being housed down there and through working to improve the town of Mountain Village through the same standards of law that they have applied to myself. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley.
Can I just want to just quickly fact check that really quickly. Mr. Tooley, Marty was referring to personal attacks on Town of Telluride council members on social media. She wasn't referring, that's why she came in to say that. It had nothing to do with anything with Mountain Village. So I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, next we'll hear from Tara Carter.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to jump in and clarify that it was me. I wrote the letter. And I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't really hear it in the discussion, that the exception I'm asking for would be outside of the 1,400-hour presence required work. I believe that the goal of deed restricted housing is to prioritize people, and the town council and THA has decided that 1,400 hours of work is that standard threshold. So I believe that once that's been hit by an employee in this town, that it's really inappropriate of town to tell us how we're making money outside of that, especially considering my hours are kind of after when everything is closed that I have available. And the other thing I would really love to just point out is that it's very cumbersome to track little bits of sales here and there when I'm submitting this paperwork in addition to the full-time year-round job that I have. I would also argue that for your staff, it's really cumbersome to have to check into all of those things. So I would love for you all to reconsider the guideline I had proposed an amendment to, because not only will I think, or do I think it'll help people who do accept public service jobs that come with a lower salary to be able to afford living here, but I actually think it will save you all administrative time if you're not digging into details that, in my opinion, don't really matter. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Tara. Does anybody want to respond to either Tara's comments or Kristen's comments?
I'm open to continue to explore Tara's proposal, but I just don't think it's ripe at this moment. I think that that's something, the idea interests me, but to your comments earlier, we need to draw a line in the sand at some point. This is where we have it now. Doesn't mean it can't be improved upon in the future. So those who have followed me on council have known I have not agreed with the rest of council specifically in this sort of general realm over the last couple of years. And we're united and guided by a desire to do better for our constituents. So we might not always agree on how that looks, and we're going to continue to argue about it. And the next iteration of council will continue to argue about it. Thank you for bringing that idea to us. I think it is really interesting. It just seems too substantial to implement right this exact moment. So that's not a no from me personally, but it is something. I just don't think I'm ready for it right this second.
Okay, Teddy.
I agree with Dan, and Mian mentioned something similar before that, that we can make our changes if we need to, and it could be sooner than later than sooner, basically depending on some more feedback and trying to find better solutions if we determine there's a need for that. So I'm kind of in Dan's camp on that. And then in terms of Kristen's comments, they're definitely, I listened to them, obviously, and we did have a pretty good public process for this, with many opportunities for people to contribute. So I'm just going to politely disagree with her that this wasn't a very public process. I understand sometimes our meetings aren't convenient for people to attend, but they're always can reach out and ask us all questions, send comments, and all the above if they feel the need. But I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, and I think I want to follow up just with something that Tara said too. Like, thank you so much for considering the administrative burden of all of this. Like, we are very, very well aware of what we ask of our staff. I think the other thing that maybe a lot of people that would maybe be in a similar situation to you don't, completely understand is that we also have a lot of people that own their own private businesses, and they also have to, honestly, they have to follow an administrative process that's even more significant, counting every hour, counting every minute, counting every dollar, in order to stay in compliance. And we do understand the burden both to our staff and to those particular unit owners. And again, like, we are kind of just trying to do the very best to fulfill the mission and the goals of the program. I think I agree with Dan. I agree with Teddy. I think it has merit. I can rattle off the top of my head 10 different ways that would not hit the goals of the program. And so while I think that it's worth continuing to have the conversation, I think there are far too many ways that implementing something like this quickly without full, sort of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like vetting.
Vetting consideration would cause more problems than it would, create solutions. And I very much, again, to what I said way earlier, I don't want to do something and then have to take it away. And so I would rather us step forward slowly through that process to consider this, further in our next iteration of guidelines. And almost, yeah, I mean, everybody here is going to be there except for Geneva.
For me.
So,
But
we're
definitely
going to
encourage
remember
you-
this and we're going to keep talking it through.
And would encourage you or others who have this similar online sales or something similar going on to ask for that exception up to the maximum that we allow. And if we see more and more of those that are reasonable, I think that's what's going to help us get to the point of making an overall change.
Great point.
And thank you for writing a letter and tuning in.
It was great. It was really
Uh-huh.
well thought out. Thank you.
So with that, do we have anybody in the room for public comment? Nope. Okay. We have a motion and a second. And we can vote as THA now.
Me and yes.
Daniels.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries 6-0. And with that, we will adjourn and go back to Telluride Town Council. Thank you so much, Allie, for your time.
Thanks, Ally.
Yep.
And Geneva, thank you. Great job. That brings us to agenda item number 9. Action items. 9A, consideration of a joint resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride and the Telluride Housing Authority amending the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines following biennial review. And Ally is still there in the hot seat.
Yep. So exact same presentation as I just gave. However, this is, I know it's noticed as an action item, but this is a public hearing. So we do need to open it up for public comment again. And once this passes through the Telluride Town Council, then the guidelines become effective. And just so the public and the council knows, we will publish these likely tomorrow or later this week with all changes adopted. There are a few tweaks that we need to make, just to formatting, for instance, and page numbers and table of contents. But all of the substance remains the exact same as what you will approve through the red line. So if you still would like to adopt this, I would just recommend that you follow the exact same language or motion language that Mian made earlier, which is adopting with additional changes, update to earned and unearned income as presented at today's meeting.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Before we open it up to public comment, I know it sounds a little redundant coming off of THA, but I want to make sure council has no other comments or thoughts on this before we open this as Telluride Town Council to public comment. Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised? There are no hands raised online, so we will close public comment for this action item, and I would consider a motion.
I move to approve the amendments to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines following the biennial review as presented with the modifications to an update to the earned and unearned income as seen in today's presentation.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Daniels.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thanks again.
Yes, thank you all so much. I know this is a long process, but I think we all know how valuable it is too. And I really appreciate all the time and effort and consideration you put into this. So thank you.
Great, thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Agenda item number 11, administrative reports, 11A, manager report. And with that, we will hand it off to Zoe.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Erico. So I will just start with our general manager's report. We have a couple call outs as well. And then we'll go through those. So just Starting with our communications department, we did hold our bi-monthly, so every other month merchant meeting, which was held on October 11th. We were able to discuss Noel Night, fall construction, the 2026 Town Council goals and objectives, our fog programs, and wayfinding. The meeting recording can be found at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS, short for meetings. We were able to gather feedback from attendees on Noel Night. We'll hold a special meeting now to discuss Noel Night in more detail on Wednesday, November 5th at 1 p.m. And they also looked to discuss in the future multi-year leases for summer parklets. So these merchant meetings are being very valuable. Appreciate the business community that's coming to attend. We encourage attendance, and the next one will be held on Tuesday, December 9th as a joint meeting with Team VOA, the Town of Mountain Village, the Tourism Board, and the Colorado Fly Alliance. So encourage everyone to come to that meeting. Our sustainability division also held our electric vehicle showcase on October 10th. This was partnered with Mountain Village Eco Action Partners and 4Core, and this is an annual event. The weather was not the best for this event. Lots of rain that day, but members of both town staffs and community volunteers and car dealers brought the electric vehicles and equipment ranging from Parks and Rec Department lawn equipment and snow blowers, our transit divisions, all electric Galloping Goose, and a number of privately owned EVs and plug-in hybrids. And attendees got to try out all of these great EV infrastructure pieces. The goal was a good reminder. It was a good reminder for the community members that SMPA offers rebates for purchasing electric equipment like the trimmers or electric leaf blowers. And the state of Colorado still has significant rebate programs in place for fully electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles. So SMPA rebates can be found at smpa.com/energy, #BER or B rebates. That is a rough, just go to smpa.com and hopefully you'll be able to find it there. And the Colorado Energy Office EV rebates can be found at energyoffice.colorado.gov. From open space, our Valley Floor Reach 3 River Restoration Project has been completed on October 14th ahead of the mid-November deadline. This project, constructed in coordination with Trout Unlimited and the U.S. Forest Service River Restoration Project on federal land up and downstream of the Boomerang Road Bridge. The Reach 3 project created 1,320 linear feet of new meandering channel downstream. Work by Trout Unlimited and the adjacent U.S. Forest Service land is still planned to continue through early or mid-November, but the town's portion is done. From housing development, I'll just quickly touch on our Canyonlands Tower House public-private partnership. Again, this is our 36 deed restricted units, 28 rental, 8 for sale, and 3 free market units. It is currently under construction. We did put out a email on that as well, just to give a little bit of update. So we will be seeing a noise variance was approved for Canyonlands Tower House starting Monday, so yesterday, through Sunday, November 9th. And this is going to be Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturdays and Sundays, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the contractor BCC will install utilities and work to reopen the south side sidewalk along Colorado Avenue to restore pedestrian access. This variance allows this work to be concentrated during the shoulder season, hopefully minimizing community impacts and shortening the overall construction timelines. For Shandoka Building F, we are on track there for a late November completion date. And we have started work on our Virginia VP 2A, which is the 9 units for town operational needs. And we are doing utility work right now. We're still continuing for VP 2B. The value engineering portion is in progress. I will skip the rest as there's not much updates on those. For clerks, just under the 2025 regular municipal elections. So the town sent an informational mailing to all households registered with a registered elector on October 2nd. So this mailing included the ballot language as it appears on the ballot by title and the full ballot language as referred by council. So if it was just the ballot, it wouldn't include that full language. So this is supplementary to that. So thanks to the clerk office to do that. Ballot issue notices were mailed by the county clerk and recorder on October 3rd, and the town received 1 con statement for value issue 2A, 3 con statements for value issue 2B, and 1 pro statement for ballot issue 2B. The pro statement was not received by the constitutional deadline and was not included in the ballot issue notice. As we are aware, town council candidates Marissa Mashalka and Mindy Smith withdrew their candidacy on October 13th and October 16th respectively by filing an affidavit to withdrawal to the town clerk. Since the ballots have already been printed, both names will still appear on the ballot, and any votes cast for either Mashalka or Smith will not be counted. So please, community, be aware of that. The town will continue to communicate next steps of the electorate to ensure everyone's informed. And I have asked Tiffany to give a little bit more information on what those potential next steps look like. Come up to the microphone.
Thank you. So yes, effective at the November 25th council meeting, we will have a vacancy on town council on that date. And so at that meeting, town council will have to decide if you want to appoint someone to that vacancy or call a special election. If you decide to go the appointment route, that would have to happen within 30 days of that decision to appoint. Our town charter does say that if the decision is made to appoint, that no business can be conducted by town council until an appointment is made. So I would foresee that that process would be relatively quick, that we would start advertising the day after that November 25th meeting and asking for applications. And then we do have a retreat scheduled in early December, I want to say like December 10th, that we could possibly use for a meeting to interview candidates. And then an appointment would probably need to be made at that December 16th meeting before any business could be conducted. If you decide to go the special election route, what would have to happen is the timeline on it. The state statute says that the election needs to be held as soon as reasonably practical. And that means meeting all of the statutory deadlines that are in the code for running an election. Realistically, that's about 90 days out from when you make that decision. We would also want to think about timing on circulating nomination petitions. December could be challenging for that. So we'll have to talk about that at the next meeting as well. So realistically, a special election probably wouldn't occur until February or March. And then that person would serve until the 4 years. And then going back to the appointment process, if an appointment is made, then that person would only serve until the next special or regular election. So that's how that would work.
If we go the route of the special election, are we allowed to conduct business in the intermediate between the
Yes.
the vacancy and the election?
Yep, that no conducting business is only if you decide to appoint. And then I will say that it would be a standalone election, not coordinated with the county. So that would be something that we haven't done before, but we will do it and figure it out if that's a decision council decides to make. Yeah.
This is a little, obviously, it's a funny situation in multiple ways. But one way in which it's funny is that it feels like it's technically the next council that's making the decision, not this, even though the vast majority of us are going to be the same. So I'm saying this because I think probably the rest of us have a desire to get the ball rolling, and we want to get to a council of 7 as quickly as possible. So I'm just raising this to say, when do we start this process? Do we have to wait until after that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
You
what I
need to wait.
thought, but
You
yeah,
need to wait until the vacancy has occurred, and that hasn't happened yet.
it's just funny, but yeah, understandable.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
All right. So no discussion or action right now, but thank you for that information, Tiffany.
Oh, but maybe if anybody feels that they would like to step forward and be a part of council, that they should truly consider that, reach out to council members, ask us about our experiences, reach out to staff. More participation by the public is always desired by everyone up here, and we look forward to everybody stepping forward and being a part of the conversations.
And I think too, when we sit up here in this role, we talk kind of as if the public is separate from us, but the reality is all of us are just community members like everyone else that's listening right now on the radio. So if you're a registered citizen who lives within the town limits of Telluride, you can sit up here just the same as us. There's no separation between us and the citizens of Telluride.
But yeah, just to add on to what Ashley just said, that just for the listening public, because I've been asked this many times since being a council person, you have to live in the
Yep.
limits of the town of Telluride, and that is a very specific boundary. So Lawson Hill, Ilium, Mountain Village, if you live there, I'm sorry, you do not qualify. It has to be in the limits of the town of Telluride. But please, we need people. Please reach out and join us.
That includes Sunnyside, which is annexed into town. So
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Great words of encouragement, and from staff, we also encourage you. So please reach out if you have any questions. Okay, finance, here we go. So just an update of our real estate transfer tax. Revenues through August are 63% of budget, which is slightly lower than anticipated, as we are 67% through the year. This revenue, again, is difficult from a month to month just because of the variability, but we are monitoring closely, and it is close. For sales tax, August sales tax collected in September have increased by 13% overall. Retail in town is up 31% compared to 2024, while retail food and beverage sales are up 4% compared to 2024. Revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals have grown by 7%. Year-to-date sales tax is up 6% compared to the same period in 2024. For short-term rental excise tax for affordable housing, this revenue source has increased by 4.1% for August compared to 2024. And year-to-date, this tax revenue is up 16.4% compared to 2024. Our town lodgers tax revenue from this source has decreased by 5.1% for August compared to 2024, but the year-to-date for this tax revenue is up 9% year over year compared to 2024. Jump in with any questions at any point. For our historic preservation planning and building, the October 15th HARC meeting, they went over the HARC Preservation Awards to make their recommendations, and this will come before council in November. For planning, a comprehensive plan update, our consultants Logan and Simpson and our staff will be facilitating community engagement sessions in person and hybrid from October 27th through the 30th as a next step in this year-long community planning effort. Programming will include roundtable discussions, a bilingual community engagement event, a community advisory committee meeting, and a work session with our P&Z Commission. The roundtable discussion will focus on collecting community input on key things to guide the next phase of the comprehensive plan project. This includes infrastructure and housing, community character, environment and recreation, and economy. So stay connected through the process visiting Engage Telluride at bit.ly/TOT comp plan. For our P&Z, they had a training on September 25th, and this was facilitated by Allie at Slayton, our assistant town attorney, and it was an interactive session that was beneficial for both new and long-term commissioners. For our building, the building code updates, 40 contractors, builders, and architects and engineers participated in the building code update informational sessions held on October 7th. Building staff provided key overview of the key updates contained in the recently adopted codes and amendments, and staff responded to questions from participants and referred them to additional resources. The building inspector developed a one-page summary handout for participants and additional information and links to resources related to the code update that will be on the town website. From our Marshals Department, They ask everyone to please secure your personal belongings. So Marshall's Department would like to remind the community of the importance of securing our personal belongings. In the recent weeks, officers have received several reports on stolen bicycles, each of which have been left unsecured. In some cases, these incidents were reported weeks or even months after the fact, which significantly limits their ability to investigate and recover stolen property. So they encourage again residents to reduce preventable thefts by locking up their bikes and other valuables promptly and reporting incidents to the marshal's office as soon as possible. From our Parks and Rec Department, Facilities and Maintenance, Town Park curfew has changed from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. on October 1st. Town Park Campground closed for the 2025 season on October 6th, and the Hanley Rink is now open on October 8th. Seasonal facility winterization is underway, and this is a big thing, so please pay attention. The Warming Hut and Wash Strand grand opening and open house for the Town Park Core Area Improvements Project will take place on Thursday, so this week, October 23rd from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. So hopefully all of the community can come and celebrate a great accomplishment that we have been able to provide in our town park. There are a handful of small projects underway: pavilion fire suppression improvements, pavilion boiler replacement, and heat recapture project. And the last day of our court reservations is October 31st. An additional piece is a section of the river trail between Pine Street and Willow Street will be closed on Wednesday, October 22nd and Thursday, October 23rd, while a contractor works to secure the riverbank and repair near the old beaver dam that caused issues. Recreational and programming. We have our fall programming of club youth soccer, winter programming of youth hockey, figure skating, and curling, and the current Parks and Rec Department programming and operations of public skating, youth and adult drop-in hockey, men's hockey, women's hockey, and the adult development hockey program are all occurring, as well as adult open gym activities like pickleball, volleyball, basketball, soccer, and climbing will begin November 3rd. Adult co-hockey registration is underway and the games start mid-November. For CASE, the 2026 CASE grant applications closed on September 22nd. 30 community support and 13 arts and special events applications were received, and there is a grant allocation meeting for January 7th. Recent events on town property was the Kodo 50th birthday bash and the horror show that occurred earlier this month. So for the construction update, we'll be moving over to Public Works. The Colorado Avenue bump out accessibility improvements. This is complete. The asphalt patches related to the ramps were milled and repaired by GGI at the southwest corner of Aspen and Colorado. The asphalt hump was milled out and then patched to eliminate the hump and establish a straight grade. For Pacific Avenue, the complete street project, the intersection at South Davis and West Pacific have been completed and is now open to both vehicle and pedestrian traffic. Final grading will continue and with topsoil placement planned before winter to stabilize the area. Landscaping and finishing planting will take place in the spring of 2026 when the conditions are appropriate. So the upcoming work to expect in the next 2 months. Again, the 700 block of Pacific, so Mahoney to Tomboy will remain an active construction zone through the fall. Work will include that utility work, curb and gutter installation, which they've already done a lot of, the concrete V-pans, pedestrian crossings, and prep for winter stabilization. Winterization measures will begin in late October, November, including the surface stabilization, cold weather, paving prep, and ensuring all pedestrian routes are safe and well marked through the winter season. We did have heavy rainfall, which changed some of the schedule, but all of that can be found on engagetelluride.org, and text and email alerts go out as soon as we have any changes in the schedule from the team, but they've been able to stay on track and just shift different things around. Residents should anticipate compacted gravel and temporary servicing in some sections, and they're looking to do final paving before the end of the month. Landscaping and streetscape elements, like I said, will be complete most in the spring. Just the overall schedule. So the project remains on schedule for substantial completion before December 31st, with that final surfacing, landscaping, and amenity installation expected in the spring with temperatures and conditions to allow for the high quality finish. And one note that keeps coming up, so we're going to be doing a better job of getting the public corrected information. Just want to touch on the budget changes. So for fiscal year 2025, the capital fund reflects adjustments to align with the updated schedule for Pacific Avenue and the Southwest Area Improvement Project. So this project is now completed in the single construction season rather than over 2 years. So there was 1.5 million for 2025 and 2.5 million in the 2026 budget, but we were able to consolidate those and have it planned funding in 2025, so that the budget for this project has not increased. It has just been rolled into one fiscal year. There's a lot of misinformation out there on that. Any questions on Pacific before I move on? That was a lot.
I think the community very much appreciates having that project completed in 1 year. So I think it's a great thing. I know that there has been some confusion amongst community members as to why the cost increased, but I think ultimately being able to take care of that project in a shorter time frame just makes for a better quality of life for everybody living in that area. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, then moving on. Angle parking pilot transitions to parallel for winter operations. This is something we have discussed multiple times. But just to be clear, as part of the angle parking pilot, so this was a temporary pilot to see how angle parking would benefit our community. The town will transition the angle parking on the north side of West Colorado from Davis to Aspen back to a parallel parking configuration to support winter operations. So town crews will cover the angle striping with black paint during the first week of November, weather permitting. No questions on that. Keep going, Public Works. Okay, streets and utilities. 2025 paving program. We did the milling, patching, and fall program. Paving, oh my gosh, milling, patching, and paving fall program is complete. Punch list items will be addressed in the next few weeks. Water and wastewater. And I'm going to pause there and again, give a shout out to Kyle and his team over the last several years. We had very poor grades on our streets. Again, he went through and did a survey of all of our streets, and he's been able to tackle those bit by bit, year over year. And we are getting all of our streets up to a much better grade for our community, which was one of the biggest complaints that we received from our community. So thank you for his work on that. Water and wastewater, sanitary sewer rehabilitation. So the relining project has been complete for this year. The contractor will return spring of 2026 to finish 2 sections of the west end of the project close to the wastewater treatment plant and perform point repairs in areas where minor leaks in the sanitary sewer main are still present. We also, just to touch on, we are going to be starting work on our emergency stillwell fill pipeline replacement. So this is the emergency replacement of a key water main that supports the town's potable water system. The 10-inch fill line, which supplies 2 250-gallon storage tanks at the Cornet Water Treatment Plant, has developed several pinhole leaks. So to maintain reliable service, Public Works is partnering with an engineer and contractor to quickly design and replace the failing spiral wound steel pipe. Work is scheduled to begin this fall as water demand decreases. So what to expect, and there is more communication on this, and an Engage page, I'm sure has a link. So before excavation begins, we'll put a temporary rockfall fencing. This will be installed along the alignment of the water main trench located just north of Tomboy Road, extending about 75 feet on either side. This is temporary, but temporary will mean several years as the project is underway, and then we make sure that the revegetation has taken place. But this is a necessary safety measure for the work. So once these safety measures are in place and weather permits, crews will excavate the trench and install 2 new pipelines. So a 10-inch pipe and a 6-inch pipe. one to replace the existing fill line and the other to replace the current undersized 4-inch drain pipe. So the existing 4-inch line will stay active during construction to support future utility connections. After installation, the trench will be backfilled, compacted, and reseeded. A protective straw mesh will help stabilize the soil and retain moisture and support the new plant growth. The temporary fall line will be in place for about 2 years to ensure that slope stability while vegetation is reestablished. Any questions on that before? The final thing for Public Works is our backflow testing requirements. Kyle mentioned this during budget, but we are following up with our last backflow update and a brief introduction to what backflow is and why it matters. And this was the state of Colorado requires annual testing of backflow prevention assemblies by a licensed tester, and our water division is encouraging everyone to make sure that they meet those compliance standards and work with our team to do so. So before moving on, any questions on construction or anything else in the manager's report? Great. So I'm going to pass it over to Hayden to, we had our budget adoption, and Kaylee mentioned this within our budget about our rental housing policies update. But we really want to make this clear for the community of what this means and what our next steps are specifically for this update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, like Zoe said, this is more of a update on what was discussed at the last meeting on October 9th. As most people are aware, the housing policies were adopted in 2024. They set a multiplier of 30% for all the projects except for Shandoka, building, or except for Shandoka, excluding building F at 27%. Through our discussions, we discussed reducing the multiplier to 27% for the majority of properties and 25% for the remainder of Shandoka, while still keeping the 9% AMI increase to make sure that we're in accordance with the HUD published county limits. We also discussed making tier D the lowest tier at Voodoo, and then just continue to look at the HUD AMI transparency and aligning with the federal affordability standards. Again, the target rent is AMI rent divided by 12 times project multiplier. Obviously, reducing the percentage sees a pretty significant change to how the rent structure will work for most tenants. Typical reductions were about $100 to $400 a month. Larger decreases are up to $900 a month, depending if you're a tier. If you're on the bottom of a tier and you went down a tier, and then you also got the rent reduction, you can see a pretty substantial decrease. Again, most relief was found near the lower AMI households. Looking forward, as Zoe said, there is a special council meeting on October 28th at 10 a.m. to formally adopt these four or discuss these four options. One being reducing the multipliers from to 27.25, reducing the tier D designation for Voodoo, reviewing boarding house model to ensure that boarding house is self-sufficient, and integrating a unit amenities multiplier, which is essentially units that have different amenities, have different valuations, so they're not all treated the exact same based on what these offer to the tenants. Obviously, a big discussion of this was the financial pieces of it. If we do these changes, Shandoka remains stable and can sustain long-term operations of the new structure. Virginia Placer and Sunnyside can absorb reduced revenues for 2 to 3 years using their reserves. And then Voodoo obviously has to draw down the reserves more quickly, but in the next 2 or 3 years, we are planning on refinancing that project. So that is just an update on what we've discussed over the past few weeks. Obviously, the next meeting is the important one where we adopt things. I'll take any questions if anyone has any, but yeah.
Can I just add quickly to the update? So on the 28th, this is a very pointed discussion to align with the adopted budget. Council, as the part of their goals and objectives, will continue to look at the rental housing guidelines and have more discussion. And there is a 2-year review of those guidelines as well. But I don't want people to feel like they're missing out on any opportunities for this discussion. This is a very pointed discussion, again, to align with the budget. It will not be implemented. Our goal is not till January 1st. So while we are discussing these right now, the implementation and how staff will execute these will come after that approval. And so the community who is now wondering how this is going to impact them, we will have time for that discussion prior to January 1st when we have done the formal adoption of it. So I just want to make that very clear.
my question was about adoption, so thank you for answering that. But I guess to get more specific, if somebody has a lease that has already been re-signed that extends beyond that January 1st date, are they able to benefit from the lower multipliers, or do they have to wait until their current lease expires?
So I'm going to rephrase the question, and staff is going to be meeting internally to come up with our execution strategy in preparation for the 28th meeting. But if you are asking if someone currently with a lease prior and would like to see these implemented prior to that January 1st date, is that your question?
Or I guess if we adopt these,
Mhm.
does everyone's rent go down even if they're in the middle of an existing lease? Or
So
is it upon signing a new lease?
that will be part of our execution discussion, but our understood direction from council is they would like any time after January 1st, when these are formally taken place, for that to be attributed to all of our residents. So not, if someone had a lease that was signed in October, they wouldn't have to wait till
Great.
October the next year to see those. And that was our understood direction from council.
That is what I would like to see happen. So
And so with that direction, we are looking at the implementation strategy to align with that direction we received from council.
And importantly, the finance model included everyone's change, right? So we modeled out the next year's budget as if everyone did get some kind of reduction.
Not as like a rolling
Yeah.
changing.
Yeah, so we factored as if everyone got it on January 1, a reduction, what that budget would look like for 2026. Because to your point, some people did sign 2-year leases,
Mhm.
and it would be inequitable to not allow those folks to see some kind of change. So
awesome.
So as this is an interesting challenge presented to staff, we are going to come up with that implementation strategy and bring that to council for their understanding on the 28th as well.
And thank you to staff, because I think we are acutely aware of what we have just asked you to do. We appreciate it. We know that our community will appreciate it. And we also ask all of the people that are renting to understand that this is a very big lift that we are asking our staff to do in order to make sure that these units are more affordable to you. So we're just going to ask for some grace and patience as we create a process that will hopefully make this as streamlined as possible.
Thank you, Mian. And we are working very holistically on that process, on our education material, a lot of the components to hopefully make this as easy of a process for staff and, more importantly, the community as well. Okay, so any more questions for Hayden? Perfect.
Thank you.
Sorry, if we're still talking on the housing update. So last time you gave an update, I had asked about potential data on vacancies, vacancy months out of total of the year. Didn't see that on that. I did note in our budget, when we're looking at each of those enterprise funds, each of those affordable housing funds, each one, the projected year-end revenue is less, and in some case around 25% less than what was projected. That leads me further to believe that we are continuing to see a lot of vacancies. I don't have much other question than, please, can we see some of that data, more of that data? And if staff has any idea or any other reasons for why that would be, I believe it is due to these policies mostly that it's challenged that. But I do want to highlight that data.
yeah, I think in the last housing update that Delaney provided, there was a section that had an Excel
Mhm.
spreadsheet that had all the units that were vacant.
25. Yep.
Moving forward, though, we are going to be a little more technical on providing details on the vacancies, about why they're vacant, how long they've been vacant for, and kind of the overall reasoning, to make sure we're honing on the reasoning for why they're vacant. That way there's less assumptions and more facts about why they're vacant.
And I think maybe, Dan, to your point too, and maybe this is other information that we could see. I know that a number of people that were sort of at the top of our AMI tiers in housing have purchased homes, they've moved out, they found lower price units. So that may also be affecting some of those revenue numbers. So I think really just looking at it holistically to sort of, I don't think there's a silver bullet that's going to explain all of it. I think it's probably a mix of everything. But I think if we want to just look, if we're really trying to look at what's being reflected in the budget, I think we need to look and make sure that we're addressing everything that's causing any budget fluctuations.
Absolutely. We also acknowledge that per the data staff has presented to us, the majority of people who have rent changes under these new policies have seen their rents go up. So if we're seeing the majority of people see rent increases, correct, then, and we're still seeing lower overall revenues than projected, that to me would indicate that the policies are not meeting the needs of our community.
I think the last chart I saw, it
Yeah.
felt pretty 50-50. I mean, let's maybe.
I was gonna say, I
let's
appreciate,
not do this now,
yeah,
but like, let's.
and
get
we
a-
make sure, we try to do this monthly. Our meetings are every 3 weeks, so we don't have that included in every packet. We try to do it once a month, but we can, even if it's duplicative, if it's helpful, maybe continue having what we had put in the last packet
I can certainly pull it up.
as
I'd
well,
certainly have it.
to hone in on those datas, but we understand the additional data points. We've already directed staff to do that, which was planned for our next update along those matters. But again, if it's something that you want more readily available, even if it's duplicative, we can put it in the packet.
Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you.
My comments are more to council than to staff. I think staff is providing a lot of excellent data. I think the data shows me as an elected official that our policies are not working. Thank you.
Great. With no other questions on that, the only thing I have left in the manager's report quickly is our Q3, thank you, Hayden, 2025 goals and objectives update. I'll try to make this brief and just open it for questions. So town completed 70% of our overall plan through the third quarter. So we completed 24 action items, 50 are on track, 5 are experiencing minor disruptions, 5 have not started yet. And we've seen what in our newly adopted 2026 goals and objectives that we do have some rolling over into 2026. And 12 have been identified as multi-year initiatives. I will quickly just go through each section of our focus area. So addressing critical infrastructure needs, we have 61% progress. So 9 have been completed, 18 are on track, 3 have not started yet, and 2 are experiencing minor disruptions. I won't read through the packet, but ask if council has any questions on that focus area. Great. Moving on to preserving our community, 60% progress. So out of the 25 action items, 8 are complete, 12 are on track, 2 have minor disruptions, and 2 have not started yet, and 1 is multi-year. Any questions on preserving our community? Okay, and in protecting health and quality of life, we've seen 72% progress out of these 14 action items. This focus area, 11 are on track, 2 are complete, and 1 is seeing a minor disruption, which all again is called out in the memo. So if any community members want a quick update to look at the memo, also very detailed within the report itself, which is a live dashboard, should anyone be interested, and that is on the goals page. TOT goals, I think is what it was. Cultivate economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core. We are 80% progress in this. So out of 7 action items, 3 are complete and 4 are on track. And for ensuring Telluride is an employer of choice, we are 77% progressing through this focus area. 7 action items are seeing 2 complete and 5 on track. Does council have any questions on our goals and objectives update for Q3 for 2025? Okay. And that is all I have for the manager's report.
Awesome. Zoe, thank you very much. Great detailed job. That brings us to 11B, attorney's reports. Kevin, do you have anything for us?
I think I only have one thing, Mayor, and I've updated you a couple times on this before. We are in the briefing stage of our appeal in certiorari going up to the Colorado Supreme Court. Our what's called reply brief will be due November 3rd. That will be the last brief that occurs to the Colorado Supreme Court. Then the case will be at issue. We already are starting to look at dates for the oral argument, which will be scheduled at the discretion of the Colorado Supreme Court. But if anyone's interested in that, I do have some of those dates that right now look to be somewhat likely. Thought I had them handy. Sorry, folks. I had them a minute ago. We're probably looking in the spring. They would probably be either February 10th to the 11th, March 10th to the 11th. April 14th to the 15th or May 12th to the 14th. So if anyone is interested in going over to Denver to see the arguments at the Colorado Supreme Court level, those are some dates that you might just kind of hold for right now. We certainly are as well, as we'll be arguing the case. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Great, Kevin, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item 11C, council reports, and we will start with Helena.
Yeah, I don't have a lot this week. I had a case meeting earlier in the month, and we get organizational reports every couple of years from the different organizations that receive case funding. And we had one from TAB, and I thought it was worth mentioning that they are looking to add a summer event to the calendar, which would be like a free box, like wearable art fashion show that they're hoping to be able to do somewhere maybe on Main Street or with some kind of street closure that is yet to be determined. But I thought that that was really cool. We're in the midst of grant season, so there's not a whole lot going on there. And then I did miss a HARC meeting to attend a forum that I need to catch up on, so I don't have a report from that, but I will at the next meeting.
Did Tab mention dates?
Not yet, no. They're just kind of generally looking in the summer. Yeah, I could be wrong. They might have, and I just didn't write it down. So I actually don't want to speak for them. But yeah, it's a packed calendar, so it'll be tricky to find the right time. But if I remember correctly, it was like mid to late summer that they were kind of looking.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's all I have.
Awesome. Helena, thank you very much. Geneva.
Gosh, I don't really have a report. I can't believe it's my last meeting. You've been hearing me on the radio for 8 years and you won't have to do that anymore. So that's nice. But I'm really proud of a lot of goals that this group has accomplished and this group has changed. It's been crazy just seeing the changes since I got on council, and I was the youngest by a lot. And now seeing peers of mine on here is really cool. I'm really proud of us raising compensation for town council members so that working locals can participate in government. And I'm really proud of going from 2 revenue streams into the Affordable Housing Fund at $1.3 million in 2018 to now 5 different revenue streams in excess of 6 million. I think that's really great, and all, voter supported measures for the most part, except for fees, which we've done. And I'm constantly impressed by our staff. So that's my exit interview. Thanks for everything. And yeah.
Sorry, G, one other good thing that you've done and helped pioneer was your G is for government, your work with Kodo along this, and that was a great way to get public input. Has there been any discussion of anybody carrying that torch once you're gone or picking that up? Oh, Teddy, great, fantastic.
Awesome.
What?
Yeah, when I
Talk, Julia. Talk.
I do. That is kind of a fun thing to bring up, because when I first got on council, the former town manager had just left, and he thought that that government should not participate in social media or Facebook, and that would be ridiculous. And we didn't really have a public outreach department, and now we've just made such huge strides in that. And G is for Government was born out of desperation. And I'm really glad that we have like real information. Not that what I give is not real, but more official information coming from the town in more accessible manners to the community. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And I do hope that G is for Government continues. It doesn't have to say the same title, but I think it still works if you want to keep it. You
sign off on
have
it.
my permission. I could name it something about.
I mean, you could
Teddy's Corner.
You could still do it, Neva.
You can still do it.
You could still read all of the agendas and do that. Listen to the council meeting.
But anyway, yeah, thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure serving with everyone, and especially some of the staff members I've gotten to know over the years. And I've learned so much about government and the human condition and everything in between. So
Awesome.
I'll be around. You'll see me at meetings.
Well, once again, thank you for your service. It was a joy to work with you. We're going to hand it off to Megan for her council report.
Sure. I had two meetings between our last meeting and now. The first was SMART. And I'm going to eliminate some of the conversations about SMART and talk about the gondola because there was a lot of crossover there. But we did review the SMART budget and everything, from projections, like some of the revenue streams are coming in a little bit lower than anticipated, including with some of our new taxes and mill levies that were passed last year, but everything is still sort of roughly in line with where they're supposed to be. I think one of the things that I actually really love that we talked about was that I don't think we talk about enough is the carbon mitigation that is a part that comes as a result of the increased bus service that we are providing to the region. And so we did take a little look at that. They did some analysis and we are diverting, we are mitigating 1,147,000 pounds of carbon each year, which is really significant for a small little agency, growing agency, obviously. And I think that is, it's been really great to see. It's been really great to see the bus services be utilized more and more frequently. The Montrose route, which we just added a few months ago, has really, it started off slow and is being utilized quite a bit. The Rico route is being used significantly as well. We've added an additional run out to Norwood, and we've got a lot of plans for some sort of like cross synergies, just so that way, that way we're being able to serve as many people with the buses and the CDL drivers that we have. CDL drivers and buses are really the only thing that's impeding us from any sort of like significant growth or additional legs. And so I do think that we'll be adding more and more frequently in 2026 as those become available. We had a GSUB or gondola subcommittee meeting yesterday. And the main focus of that was the procurement process for a new physical structure of the gondola, as well as discussion about sort of government interfaces. So the procurement process itself, the considerations were between a design bid and then build process, a design build process, or what's called a progressive design build, which means that you are designing and building at the same time. The group has coalesced around this progressive design build progress because the risk allocation is shared and negotiated. The cost certainty is developed progressively so we can keep, significant controls on the process. It allows for the speed to be kind of moderate to fast. So it lets us go through the process quickly because we're kind of we're doing it all together all at once. It decreases the staffing burden. It is, most importantly, is that it's incredibly transparent. It's completely open book. And then because of the project that we currently have and that we're replacing because of the intricacies of it, it's really, this process is most suitable for complex projects because it allows for like the process throughout the design and construction to continuously be checked and monitored. Let me see. I think some of the things that we looked at really was that the long-term gondola planning effort is active and the operating agreements are going to be time sensitive. So the progressive build design enables the design and procurement of like long lead time items, so like ropes and the cabins, to continue while we still are working to refine pathways. And it allows us to kind of phase the early packages so that we can meet specific milestones. Obviously, the timing of the replacement of the gondola is going to be incredibly sensitive and very, very important to our business community. And so we wanted to ensure that we were going in a route that would meet all of the needs of everyone that lives and works here. And this process has a faster delivery and reduce a lot of the risk. Let's see. We will in December, the gondola subcommittee will receive pricing, estimated pricing for the project, as well as how we are going to actually pay for it. And I think this is an important point to note. The payment of the physical structure of the gondola is separate from the operation and maintenance budget, which was is being paid for by the community that voted in favor of 3A. Those funds go specifically to bus transportation and the operations and maintenance of the gondola, but payment for the physical structure will have to come from a completely separate source of revenue. And so that is what we as a gondola subcommittee will see in December and then start to evaluate at that point. It will likely be a mix of governmental grants, governmental programming funds, community contributions, and more. So stay tuned for that, but I do think that there has been a lot of interest in the gondola specific to the funding of the operation and maintenance and the physical structure. And so those meetings are open to the public. All of the meetings are recorded. They are on the TMVOA website. They can be linked to from the SMART website as well. And you can obviously also reach out to your council members, Ashley and myself, to get more information as it comes available. The next thing that we really talked about was this sort of governmental affairs process, which is, which we were just starting, and we just started yesterday, but it is really just redefining what governmental affairs and lobbying will look like for this process when we're working with the FTA and the federal government. We'll be establishing the goals and priorities for that lobbying effort, and then creating the right resources and team to be able to develop and implement a very specific strategy to put forth to be able to ensure that the FTA is very accepting of this project. I mean, I think the one thing to remember is that prior to Telluride and this gondola ropeway systems, so gondola systems, aerial tramways were never considered to be a part of mass transportation. We've lobbied to be able to have the FTA accept that, which is a huge deal, but we are kind of in some slightly uncharted territories in getting grant funds, in that they have a process that's set up for buses and railroads, but they've never gone through this process with gondolas. And so we're really looking to look at a very specific, thoughtful, top-down and bottom-up conversation with the government to ensure that the big decision makers and the people that are advocates and understand the process all have the same information and all can participate in this conversation to move it along through these grant processes. Did I forget anything?
No. Cool. You literally said everything that I had written
Oh, perfect.
down.
Great. Done.
Cool. So yeah, Mian just gave an overview of the G-Sub meeting that we had yesterday. And then I was not available for the SMART meeting. So she also gave a quick little just recap of that. We had a Parks and Rec meeting that was canceled. But I would just like to let the listening public know that this Thursday, October 23rd, is going to be the grand opening of the new Warming Hut Wash stand. So if you haven't already had a chance to go and check out that new facility, which has been in use this entire summer, I would really encourage you to go and hang out there. I got to spend quite a bit of time during the Blues and Brews Festival during our evacuation in the Warming Hut. It was lovely. So again, encourage everyone on Thursday to head down there. It's going to be at 4 p.m. at the Town Park Warming Hut for a little ribbon cutting ceremony, and you can come and check out those facilities. And then I don't have anything from the museum. We have a meeting next week, a board meeting next week for museum. So I'll give an update at the following meeting on that. That's it. That's my update.
Awesome. Ashley, thank you. Dan?
Not too much for me either. I attended the open space meeting. There was a conversation around updates to signage on the valley floor. A lot of that signage is pretty tired or just weather and sun worn. Looking to update that and make sure there's the right amount of signage, not too much, not too little, which is a difficult balance. And then using materials that are conducive to that environment, but also still serve the purpose of being legible and informative to the public. So that's work that's coming down. Another work session was on a potential river trail reroute near the Public Works facility. Currently, that stretch of the river trail, especially in the springtime, tends to get very muddy, mostly from where Public Works stores their snow pile. It then melts off and then sort of collects right there. It also just feels less natural because you're right next to a public works facility right there, but this built landscape, built environment. So the proposal is to reroute the river trail just to the north, just 20, 30 feet just to the north there along where the old railroad grade was. But that was just a work session. No determination has been made there, but that will likely be coming as well. And then there was a few project updates. The most notable one I'll touch on was a review of the pilot program of using goats for weed mitigation on the valley floor this summer. The agreed upon sentiment was that it was successful. There weren't too many negative interactions or any negative interactions that I can report. And by and large, pretty successful. Goats are, of course, natural, so it wasn't quite as effective as some of the other mitigation methods that were being used, either manual harvesting, pulling out weeds, or
Chemical.
Chemical, thank you. To do that, the goats will eat something, but then they drop a few seeds on the ground. So then we have seen some weeds sprout back up in the areas that was piloted, but a definite noticeable, measurable reduction in the amount of weeds there. So I would say pretty successful. And I believe the recommendation of the Open Space Committee is to continue on with that program here in future summers. And then we did have a THA sub that turned into a THA regular, but we obviously covered the guidelines. The only other thing we had there was an extension request for a household exemption or an exemption to household size for a local family or local couple trying to start a family and grow. So that was accepted for that extension. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. That brings us to 11D, related organization reports. I'm sure we have none. And comment on payments, and please provide those comments as per usual by email. That brings us to agenda item number 12, executive session. 12A, town manager quarterly check-in for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6 4024 FI, Section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employee who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Daniels.
And Teddy, yes. We will be going into executive session. 5:09 PM in the executive session has concluded. The participants in the executive were Zoe Denal, Ashley Von Sprecken, me and Fee, Dan Enright, Ellen 11, Geneva Shawnette, and myself, Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go to the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent.
I feel like this is the early.